business. 10 years, 100,000 miles. Go to KiaofCherryHill.com today and lock in your savings at KiaofCherryHill.com.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Ford has struggled for years to make its electric vehicle business profitable. Now the automaker will take a $19.5 billion hit tied to a sweeping overhaul of that business. As part of the strategic shift, the automaker is canceling a planned electric F-Series truck, shifting production toward gas and hybrid vehicles, and repurposing an EV battery plant. Investors will get a closer look at the health of the labor market when the government releases the delayed jobs report for November this morning. Economists expect the data to show employers added 50,000 jobs to the payrolls. As we wait on that, stock index futures are lower in trading. S&P futures are down 22, Dow futures falling 100. And Bloomberg has learned that UPS will invest $120 million in 400 robots used to unload trucks. Unloading trucks and shipping containers at warehouse docks is mostly done by people and remains a key bottleneck in the shipping industry. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 27th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 Mercedes G550s, each valued at over $170,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 29th and December 27th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Ho, ho, hold up. It's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, and I'm here to help you slay the season. December is the month to stop settling and start slaying the savings. Slay your car payment. Lease a brand new 2026 Tucson for just $199 a month. The SUV that'll have you gliding through snow. Slay your commute. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy the 0% financing. Only at Colonial Hyundai. And slay your driveway. Colonial awards the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. More for your trade and 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Slay the season only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downtown. Shop us online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a Giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
This holiday season, give the person you love a gift that lasts a lifetime. At Cozy Jewelers, thoughtful craftsmanship is at the heart of everything we do. Whether you're creating a custom piece made just for them or choosing something timeless, like a beautiful pair of diamond earrings, we're here to help you make this year unforgettable. Family owned, trusted, and dedicated to quality. Cozy Jewelers is where meaningful holiday moments begin. Visit Cozy Jewelers today. And remember, gotta be cozy for the holidays.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
This December, Kitchen Magic offering great savings on the rooms you use most. Dawn Stensland here. You get 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations, just in time to refresh your home before the new year. Plus, you can lock in 2025 pricing now, protecting your budget from any increases. Family owned and proudly made in the USA, Kitchen Magic. Schedule your free design consultation today. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Tuesday, December 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. 855-839-1210, the phone number. That's how you jump aboard. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Tuesday. That means coming up at 8:30, we will be joined virtually by our boy, Matt Rooney. It's a Rooney Tuesday. Dawn, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. The funeral procession for our Highway Patrol Philadelphia officer Andy Chan is underway right now on I-95. So that is underway, so it's going to impact you right now. It has just begun from Givnish Funeral Home in the Northeast and then making its way as his funeral is today at the Basilica.
Feel so bad for that family. Gregory, how are you, buddy?
Can the terrible toddler tantrum be solved with a smartwatch?
Perhaps.
I'm in this now. Well, he's kind of coming out of this because he's like 5, 6. That's really the end of the tantrums, but I still get them occasionally. The Mayo Clinic has developed a system that can alert parents to an incoming temper tantrum so they can stop these scream fests in their tracks. In a study published in JAMA Network Open, children 3 to 7 years old who received parent-child interaction therapy at the Mayo Clinic wore a smartwatch for 16 weeks. The watch could detect the child's physiological stress signals, like increased heart rates or change in movement. These signals were then sent to an AI-enabled app on the parent's phone, alerting them to connect with their child. Researchers found that these alerts help parents intervene within 4 seconds and shorten severe tantrums by an average of 11 minutes, half the time it would take with standard therapy.
Is there a brand manager monitor?
That's a great question.
When the brand manager is triggered.
So, like, when I get a temper tantrum, when I start a temper tantrum,
we don't. Oh, yeah.
We can sense when it's building, is what you're saying?
Can there be an alert? That's a great
I think the alert is when you turn your microphone on. I can hear that your microphone is on, and I can, hear you breathe a little bit or tap the keyboard. That's when I can get the sense. Plus, I already have you in the monitor.
Yes,
in the hopper, and I can see you starting to percolate. It's like a coffee drip.
Yeah, so you don't need the smartwatch to show temper tantrums.
No, and I don't need the smartwatch to end the temper tantrum. It's called 5 across the eyes.
Ooh.
Not really.
Listen to you,
If I had
Mr. Tough Guy.
if I
How
had
many
a
times
boy-
did you give your daughters 5 across the eye?
I don't think
Yeah.
I ever
Never.
have.
Exactly. Give me a
Never.
break with you.
But if I had two 11-year-old boys, might be a different story. But I have girls, so I just let Kristen handle it.
Why do you let Kristen? Like, you're the father. You should be the disciplinarian, not the mother.
I do the verbal disciplining. If I feel like the verbal won't work, I look at Kristen and I say, "You gonna handle that?"
Yeah.
And of course she doesn't, because she's nonviolent as well. But it makes her good radio. How's everybody else doing today? Everybody feel good?
Good. Ready for the warm up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a roller coaster
You're not
weather-wise.
tired of 19.9 degrees
Oh,
Fahrenheit?
no. We love punishment and torture.
I'm not gonna lie. I was incredibly depressed yesterday. I'm just looking out my window at 4:52 p.m. and I'm like, so this is what we have, huh? Ice, snow, rock salt, slush, howling winds. Ah, God, the countdown to April's on for me. I just want to get through the holidays and then get right to spring. Can we fast forward January and February?
April's not great either.
No, it's
it rains
not,
a
but
lot.
at least
chilly.
At least we're almost there. Like, I can see the goal line. Yeah, I'm like Jalen Hurts. I'm in the red zone. Except we actually punch the ball in, unlike the Eagles. You're on Kayal and Company. Which means we have a great show. And we always have a great show for you. And we have a lot of good things to get into today, including a big take on why secure borders matter. Not just in this country, not just on this continent, but in Australia, in Europe. And if you want to end up like London or Paris, France, or Sydney, Australia, well, then you know what? Just vote for a Democrat in 2028, and you'll be well on your way to these third world countries. We'll get into that this morning. We will also get into more of the fallout from the death of Rob Reiner, including Donald Trump's commentary on Truth Social. I'm sure the opinions will be outstanding for that segment on this show today. Wink, wink. We have the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We have Rooney. I also have this, which I found interesting. I'm officially ready to say this. News media is oversaturated. There's too much of it. There's too many people. There's too many jobs.
1,000,000,000%.
It's now reached the point where we are ranking the top 75 influential media members. That is courtesy of Mediaite for 2025.
They do this every year, by the way.
I know. And we have to go through how many of them are actually influential and how many are just stealing a paycheck to say hogwash.
I saw Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski.
Don't reveal where they are.
I'm sorry, but
don't reveal where they are.
But I'm just saying, influential, really?
That's the way it's framed. I guess it's based off of their salaries.
7 people watch Morning Joe.
Right.
7?
7. Literally 7. And we have at least 7 times that amount.
Including themselves, because they're looking at themselves on their monitor.
Exactly. Which I've always found very odd. Why do TV people always stare at themselves in the mirror, in the monitor?
Dawn?
It's actually no. The directors will do this, especially if they're annoyed with what the anchor people are saying or whatever, especially during the commercial break.
Oh, really?
So they put it up. It's like the parakeet effect.
Yeah.
Like, oh, look at my hair.
Yeah. Ooh, look at my hair. There you
So
go.
it's like a distraction. It's pretty funny.
All right. Let's get down to business. We did have some news right off the top with Dawn on a sad front, but at 6:06, we officially kick off round number 1 of the news with the great Dawn Stensler.
And good morning this Tuesday morning, December 16th, 19 degrees, heating up, really not, to 34 degrees today. Sponsored by Kitchen Magic in the news this morning. Paying final respects to Officer Andy Chan. Today, the funeral procession, right now, as I speak, the funeral procession is making its way down I-95 from Givnish Funeral Home in the Northeast, and then it'll make its way to police headquarters. And then at that point, the Commissioner Bethel, who we just saw Friday night, speaking obviously at the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation and fundraiser and holiday annual event, honoring Andy Chan really and his and 10 other families. But in any event, they'll pick up the commissioner basically. That will proceed then on to the Basilica. The public invited from 8 to 11 a.m. So Philadelphia Police Department members of the community did gather last night to begin paying the final respects to Officer Andy Chan. Served more than 20 years and commanders from across the department marching to Holy Redeemer Chinese Catholic Church as his family members looked on. His widow Tang, who spoke so eloquently Friday night at the event that we attended shortly after a public viewing was held for Officer Chan. He died, of course, December 2nd after 6 years of intensive care following that 2019 crash in which an elderly driver struck his motorcycle as he was on his way, midway on his way to work that morning in uniform. And so that horrible accident really kicked off so much support for Officer Chan, his children, his now widow, but wife Tang, and it has been a difficult time. A lot of people didn't realize that he was suffered that brain injury. And so when he went home from the hospital to be in the care of his wife at home, and obviously she had some support, medical support there, but they didn't realize he still had that critical brain injury, which tragically he never could survive from. But he was 55 years young, grew up in Philadelphia's Chinatown neighborhood, attended locally Holy Redeemer, same church where last night's viewing took place. And so our condolences, our prayers are with the family and really with the broader police family. And he was somebody who, as we know, because he actually was interviewed in our studios, in our former studios in Old City, Zioli, and that was the Behind the Badge series that's been going on, 15 years. And so we all got to know him, but he was a wonderful public spokesperson for things like recruitment, just really was a natural on camera and a natural broadcaster. And I think just because of his outgoing personality, everybody kind of feels like you knew him. And so in the situation, it's really a celebration of Andy Chan's life, a good person, a local hero, and today our hero will be honored with these services at the Basilica Saints Peter and Paul. Like I say, the public invited to pay respects from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., but then the formal church services and funeral services follow, seating reserved for family, friends, law enforcement, and many dignitaries expected.
Love the foundation. Hate the fact that it has to exist because of the tragedies, obviously, and now the growing list of strong, courageous widows, from Steph Mack to Marissa Fitzgerald to now, sadly, Tang Chan.
Yeah. It's so true. That what do they all say? And Judy Cassidy says it. Maureen Faulkner says it. That it's the best club you never want to join.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to paraphrase and summarize it. Yep.
Or maybe it's Mark O'Connor, but I think it was one of the widows who kind of coined that a while back.
Right.
So in any event, also not just honoring Officer Chan, but clearly many road closures in and around Philadelphia. Quite frankly, that's why they left this morning in the 5 o'clock hour. And so this impacts you right now if you're on 95, but as well, many closures, particularly after the 6 a.m. hour. So right now, as they prepare then to head for the Basilica and all the street closures for the funeral services and the procession there, and then the aftermath. So that'll be all shut down, especially in and around the Basilica. So a heads up on that one for sure. So a lot going on today locally as we pay our respects. We also, busy day as always for Philadelphia police as we think about what's going on, but there is a investigation as surveillance video from local businesses that captured the crash that killed a 63-year-old woman. Happened early in the morning. The woman riding as a passenger in an Uber when that car crash happened just after 7 a.m. This is actually yesterday morning, according to Philadelphia police. And so in this one, there is a search right now. It made a loud boom sound, huge crash. 51-year-old Uber driver rushed to the hospital, expected to recover. In this one, video from the scene showing a man getting out of a Nissan Maxima immediately after the crash and then just running away on foot. So investigators say they know who they're looking for because they can trace, they have the video and they can, track the ownership papers to the Nissan Maxima. So the man they are searching for ID'd as 35-year-old Joseph Sini. So we have that one going on, active search this morning.
Who ditches their car and runs away after an accident? I've never heard of that. Unless it was a stolen vehicle. But if it's your registered vehicle, you think you're going to get away with it?
Or the only times I've covered that is when somebody doesn't want their breath analyzed or their blood alcohol analyzed. I mean, I don't know. You asked, when does that happen? I'm just citing my experiences.
I could see that. Yep.
So we also have in the news as well, and I can't remember, I think that we talked about this. This was a breaking news story right around mid-morning-ish. So I think that we had this later in the morning. For those of you who weren't listening and you're in this early morning hours, we did have a thwarted attempted attack New Year's Eve. And this is an incredible story. The FBI announcing this one as the FBI, Pam Bondi, the Trump administration, announcing mid-morning yesterday that this terror attack, if you will, a terror cell shut down. And another one of these attacks that, could have been horrifying, mass destruction type situation. But the news this morning is that 4 people are formally charged with plotting this New Year's Eve attack, or I should say a series of attacks in Southern California. And so this began with a DOJ arrest of the 4 people in connection with this so-called New Year's Eve terror plot in California. So federal law officials, I guess it was, I'm trying to remember, I think it was mid-morning that we learned about this, but Attorney General Pam Bondi, obviously Kash Patel, FBI, Justice Department, FBI, prevented, they say, what would have been a massive, horrific terror plot in the Central District of California. And in Los Angeles, Orange County, there are some ties to New Orleans as well. But these individuals were actually arrested, and they, thank God, they say that they caught them prior and they could prevent this. They say that it's a case, another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to people, pose to public safety, and we need the rule of law. Mm-hmm. So in these individuals, the defendants ID'd in court papers. And do you have this in your big take?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Just a general thing, but go ahead.
I know you have a lot in your big take, so I just want to make sure. But Audrey Carroll, Zachary Page, Dante Gatfield, Tina Lai, those are the 4 that have been ID'd, and the investigation continues. Mm-hmm. So we have that one going on.
Yep.
The other story that broke yesterday was that news conference. I know we'll get into it, so there's a lot breaking that I'll headline, but the situation with that news conference that happened in Rhode Island, in Providence, talking about the Brown University attack, and that news conference itself widely under attack for just being, and I'll just say it, a hot mess of a news conference, as we're just learning more of what even sources within law enforcement critical saying what a debacle this thing is.
It really is. I mean, a lot of people are echoing what you said yesterday of, how can you sit there and say he's still at large, yet nobody's in danger, right? Like that was your main takeaway yesterday. You've never heard that before. This guy is still at large with a firearm, armed and dangerous, and yet this buffoon is sitting up there with no answers to anything, but also says we don't have to worry about your safety and security on the campus. Now, I would just assume and presume that the suspect has fled the Providence, Rhode Island area. I highly doubt he's hanging around within 2 miles of the campus, but still, you can't sit there and say that.
Yeah, and then to your point, during the news conference, there were contradictions, corrections within the news conference. The news reporter just asking, can you describe the suspect? Do you have a weight guesstimate? That sort of thing. Couldn't really give any of that. Couldn't even say the gender of the individual. That was bizarre.
And how about this too? I have the one of the updated versions from Yahoo with Brown University shooting victim identified, person of interest released, and in like the third paragraph it says, quote, several media outlets quoted students and other witnesses saying that the shooter yelled Allahu Akbar before opening fire in the building. Wouldn't you think the media would maybe want to, I don't know, run with that as perhaps one of the top leads?
They asked the news media did ask that of the Providence officials. This is 34, Phil.
Oh, it's like talking about burying one.
The shooter yelled something right before his shot came in. Can you tell us what that was?
Yes, part of the investigation, Johnny Muktia.
Now, the only reason I ask that, though, is, for instance, like with the Unabomber, his brother recognized the writing. So it's possible a friend or family member might recognize if the person said something that was significant.
Correct.
That's why you don't, other than the 9mm, is there anything else inside that auditorium that you could tell us?
No, that's correct. And listen, like I said earlier, investigations will bring us to evidence that we need to collect in order to be able to prosecute. With that being said, we're going to continue to collect evidence, and if it leads us to something to that nature that's going to be extremely helpful for us to identify somebody, we'll be the first ones to put it out.
Alex, follow up on John's question. Did the suspect yell, like has been reported, and there's been some erroneous reporting, but did he yell when he came in the classroom? And how valuable have witness statements been from those who survived?
Listen, my heart goes out to the victims. It goes out to the families, and I'll tell you that their cooperation has been extremely helpful. And that, with that being said, we'll continue, and I'm gonna respect the fact that, and I hope that they get better. And my heart and soul goes out to them. So,
did he yell though? Did
so that's something that we're investigating. We took statements, and we have to confirm that.
So,
Look how they shut this down.
We're
Mayor
gonna-
steps in.
We're going to wrap it up here.
The mayor's a real penciled neck too.
Well, maybe they don't have like, concrete proof. You know what I mean? So maybe it's a good thing that we don't just speculate and we say things, that are true, unlike people on Twitter.
I didn't get it from Twitter.
No. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying
it's in a Yahoo story.
I understand what you guys are saying.
Mainstream media has it, but they bury it.
Maybe the officials are being tight-lipped about it because they don't have concrete proof that it's true or not.
This police chief, since the day he got in front of the microphone on Saturday, has looked very incompetent to me. Looks very in over his head and outmatched. That's just me. He might be great behind the scenes, but from a speaking presentation standpoint, you might want to have your I's dotted and your T's crossed, because he's up there correcting himself every other word, looking for the mayor for help. Like, come on, dude, get it together, homie. What do you? This is your Super Bowl.
So I didn't report it yesterday. I still haven't said what Nick just said, because it's your training generally is that you always want to err on the side of caution and to be responsible. The only thing I'll say in defense of what Nick is saying here, Greg, is that in fact, it wasn't day 1 or day 2. This is day 3.
Yeah.
When, you know what I'm saying? They clearly have, there were 9 students wounded. This was a lecture hall full of students. And so either you heard something or you didn't. And so for them not even to address, they said they did yell something though. They're talking to family members or the students themselves, the reporter pool. They know they believe what was said, because why would somebody in that lecture hall lie?
Sure.
And my only question is this, and I'm just going to ask it very objectively. If, God forbid, that person had yelled out, "Make America Great Again," would it be reported by day 3 or today, day 4?
It's amazing how we have certain protected classes of people based on what they say or how they identify, and the way the media will, bury one thing, yet plaster another thing across your screen until your head explodes. Yeah. I guarantee you, if this guy would have said death to Israel, or if he would have said anything that the media leans in favor of, we would know about it. But because this guy may have allegedly have said something from an Islamic background, we got to keep protecting these people. You can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and say, Muslims don't jive with Christians, and then just bury this. I don't know, whoever wrote this for Yahoo, that would be my lead. But then again, I'm not a journalist. I just give you my gut feeling on the radio.
Well, the problem with this is that they would not even acknowledge it. And so you don't want to report something like that, which is clearly incendiary, and you don't want to report it and then later have to retract it.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't. Greg's right and you're right.
It gives off the same. It gives off the same vibes as the January 6th pipe bomber. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think the Biden administration would have identified the 30-year-old if he was a white Christian male? Come on.
I mean, even if they said, hey, we have, there were a ton of students there, and we have some of them who heard something different. We're trying to find some audio or some kind of reasoning with this.
Yeah.
We have, yesterday I did report that one of the victim identified by her church in Alabama, 19-year-old Ella Cook, sophomore from Alabama, and Ella Cook was vice president of the Brown University College Republicans, and then also killed a freshman, Muhammad Aziz Umarkazov, and he's been identified as the second victim of Brown University, naturalized citizen from Uzbekistan, living in Virginia, his family speaking out, and both of their families devastated by this. We still have 9 students wounded and trying to recover from this thing.
All I'm saying is that I'm sure there's some sort of truth to this story that Nick reported.
Mm-hmm.
But in this world of Twitter, where we constantly post pictures of this is the suspect. Oh, sorry, that wasn't the suspect.
Yeah,
this is this. Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't that.
Mm-hmm.
I am happy that officials are taking the time to actually slow walk this a little bit in order to get all the facts correct. Now, if they're covering something up, that's BS right there. But in my opinion, it's not a bad thing. We don't need to know everything in 24 hours.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like
No,
in this world we live in with Twitter and social media and everything, everybody's a damn detective.
Well, that's what we said yesterday, where these dopes are going and searching once the name is released, looking for the alleged suspect's LinkedIn page, and then these morons post it on social media, and they get the wrong person.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is that it's okay to wait a little bit to find, to make sure we're pretty buttoned up in all the evidence before we report it, unlike these jerk-offs on social media.
And also, too, with the new footage that was released, there is new surveillance, even though it's not great. You talk about being buttoned up. I mean, this guy had a mask on, and you can't really identify much other than it's a male. I mean, he's got black clothing on, looks like a black mask.
Yeah, this stuff
It's like
takes
a
time.
chubby, light-skinned man.
It was not me.
Stop.
It's not going to be, we will find, this isn't Columbo where, we'll get it in 30 minutes.
Not a Matlock episode.
One more question, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, except that during the news conference, I will say they couldn't even get the timing right.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It was embarrassing.
It seems very disjointed.
Yeah.
That they're saying, well, this surveillance video showing the man, it appeared that one official thought that was after the attack.
Is the FBI
Then it came
involved
out,
in this? Or?
Now they are. So Kash Patel, released the statement that the feds are involved. But generally speaking, the local people, it's their local investigation.
Yeah.
It's like in the movie scenes when they go, oh, the feds are trying to take it over. It's always the battle.
Die Hard.
Yes. Thank you. Amen. That great Christmas movie. And so the FBI offering this $50,000 reward for information leading to the suspect's ID and arrest. New photos of the person of interest released. And the FBI, to Greg's point, releasing a statement that they are continuing to investigate to provide all assets, resources, personnel necessary in a support role. And also, most importantly, the FBI statement says, please continue praying for Brown University, the victims in this horrible tragedy, and all their families and friends. So that from the Kash Patel and the FBI as well. I know there's a lot today, a lot of other local news. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, what he had to say.
We'll get to that in the cut sheet.
Yes, I know it's in the cut sheet. I was teasing.
With Matt Rooney.
Your cut sheet.
But we have to break.
We do have to say our sponsor, which is we're going to feel the magic, not weather-wise today, but later in the week. So right now we're feeling the magic with our friends Kitchen Magic. This year is almost over. Refresh your home, Kitchen Magic, this December. 30% off cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations. You got to lock this in. Lock in these 2025 prices before it's gone. Family owned, made in the USA, tariff proof since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Nick, I know the warm-up is in the works, but not soon enough.
Not soon enough, but we do get above freezing today, Dawn. Currently 21 degrees. Going to be beautiful sunny skies with a balmy high of 34 degrees. But don't worry, the warm-up comes later this week as we hit high 40s, perhaps even low 50s by your weekend. All right, coming up next, we'll get to a Tuesday morning big take on why secure borders matter. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This time of year, there's nothing better than coming home to a warm, welcoming space. And that's why I really want to share with you right away, talk about the Chapman difference with Chapman windows, doors, and siding. This month, my friends at Chapman, they're making it easier than ever to upgrade your home. 24-month zero-interest financing on any project, plus 20% off all siding. So if your windows are drafty, your doors ready for an update, or maybe your home's exterior needs a refresh for the new year, Chapman has you covered. And what I love about Chapman windows, doors, and siding is their craftsmanship, their care, their reputation as a trusted, family-owned and operated local company. They treat your home like it's their own home. And during a season when comfort and togetherness matter the most, that makes all the difference, doesn't it? So as you enjoy the holidays and all the people coming in and out of your home, make sure that it's looking and feeling the best. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You can always visit them, take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by NordVPN.
Recent research emphasizes shifting from a low-carb to a smart carb diet. Women who got at least 10% of their calories from produce with the exception of white potatoes, whole grains, and legumes were more than 70% more likely to be mentally and physically healthy after the age of 70 than those who ate less of those complex carbs. The 32-year study is in JAMA Network Open. I'm Margie Schaefer.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yes, Kayal and Company, 6:34 here on a Tuesday morning. Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30. The cut sheet at 7:45. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have you in. Hopefully all of you are safe and warm during these horrific weather conditions. Nothing like being iced out before Christmas. Gotta love it. That's what we signed up for here in the Delaware Valley. All right, let's get down to business. Time for a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Staples. The Big Take: secure borders matter. Vetting matters. Legal immigration matters. Securing your national borders matter. If you don't adhere to that, you don't have true borders. And if you don't have true borders, you have an unsafe, unvetted nation. And wanting to ensure that your citizens are safe and secure from outside threats with evil intentions is not racist. It is not fascist. It is not Islamophobic. In fact, Barack Obama was all about this in 2007. Here's Barry 18 years ago. Listen and watch.
I think we should have strong border security. It doesn't make sense for us to allow hundreds of thousands of people coming through our borders without us knowing who they are. Oftentimes in very hazardous situations and unmonitored situations that could do us long-term damage. I think we should have a serious employer verification system where employers, when they hire somebody, find out what their work status is. Are they able to work here legally? Right now, what employers will say is, well, we check their Social Security card. That's the best we can do. So we've got to set up a tamper-proof system and then hold employers accountable. You pay a fine, you learn English, you stay out of trouble, you've got a job. You go to the back of the line so that those who came here legally, that backlog is cleared before you have opportunities for citizenship. That is a reasonable approach.
Well, well, well. The Democrats, Lord and Savior, Barack Obama says that all is good. Donald Trump does precisely what 44 said, and he's Satan. He's Hitler. He's a Nazi. He's a fascist. Man, I love receipts. And if you're an American who values your sovereignty, your safety, your security, and having an overall sense of protection, ask yourself this. Do you want to become France? Do you want to become the United Kingdom? And I say France because yesterday at 6:02 on the show, Stalker shared this from the New York Post. The normally proud and defiant French, defiant, okay, are waving the white flag in the face of migrant terror. Paris has shockingly decided to dim the lights on its annual New Year's Eve celebration. The massive midnight concert that drew a jubilant crowd of 1 million people last year, with the festivities having drawn throngs to the most beautiful avenue in the world for 6 decades, has been scrapped and replaced by a pre-recorded video to be viewed in the safety and comfort of French living rooms. The famous and famed avenue has become a flashpoint of violence lately, with throngs of young, mostly Muslim migrants streaming in from Paris and their infamous suburbs at night, looking for trouble, looting stores and brawling with Paris residents and law enforcement and police officers. The Paris police, which pressed the mayor to scrap the concert, cited security concerns such as unpredictable crowd movements, without going into details, but critics loudly blamed France's open-door immigration policies. We saw that terror attack against Jews in Australia by radicalized Islamic extremists. We've seen London fall. Why is this happening globally? Well, I believe it's by design. And stylistically, it doesn't mesh. Muslims and Christians are not 100% simpatico. And I believe there are many Muslims out there that are good, peaceful people. But if you don't vet and you don't have a secure border, the ones with jihadist motivations, they enter and they become a threat to all. In fact, Charlie Kirk nailed this 2 years ago. Listen and watch this.
The question is macro Islam compatible with Western values? Macro. Of course it's not. There are three major reasons why. Islam does not believe in freedom of speech. Islam does not believe in freedom of religion. And Islam does not believe in separation of mosque and state. Those three things are antithetical to the West. In a Muslim majority country, most Muslim majority countries, you cannot criticize the Prophet Muhammad. In most Muslim majority countries, you do not have the same robust freedom of religion protections. And finally, whereas we in the West are very careful to try to intermix religion and state, they are commanded to actually go into the state and try to change the state to be more Islamic.
Show me the lie. Those are facts. Those are not feelings. And they are two entirely different systems of living, if you will. Ask Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, and now Sweden, all of whom have temporarily reinstated internal border controls due to migration pressures. The same in Ireland, who has admitted that they've lost control due to a rise in small boat crossings into their country. Luckily, America is safer on the West Coast, thanks in part to the FBI foiling a New Year's Eve terror plot in Los Angeles. Here was Bill Hemmer reiterating yesterday what Dawn just talked about in the news on Fox News. Listen and watch.
The FBI now reports that it's disrupted a planned New Year's Eve terror attack in Los Angeles. 4 suspects in custody, the FBI identifying them as members of a pro-Palestine extremist group. They're suspected of planning coordinated IED attacks targeting 5 different locations in Los Angeles. But based on the reporting now, that plot has been foiled. We will wait for more out of L.A. or out of Washington, D.C.
So pro-Palestine, let's just flip that around. AKA anti-American, anti-Western civilization, anti-Western values. Great job out of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Patel tweeted the following: over the weekend, the FBI disrupted a credible imminent terrorist threat and arrested 4 individuals connected to the Los Angeles area. The subjects self-identified as members of a radical offshoot of the TILF, that is Turtle Island Liberation Front, an extremist group motivated by pro-Palestinian, anti-law enforcement, and anti-government ideology. So let's get to Hillary Clinton, right? And you might be saying, well, what does Hillary have to do with this? You may recall her saying this was America's biggest threat just back in September. Listen and watch this.
We haven't gotten to the more perfect union, and we fought a civil war over part of it. Mm-hmm. And people have been protesting, for hundreds of years that, things were not as they should be, given our ideals and how we should be moving toward them. So I think that's what makes us so special as a country. And the idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, is just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for.
Yeah, Hillary, because white Christian men are just walking around committing terror acts against Muslims. Yes, Hillary, the Jews, they're walking around blowing themselves up in America to kill Arabs. My God, the white guilt, it's just nauseating. And you know what? She doesn't believe a word she says. It's all a grift. Thankfully, though, we have a safe and secure border in America, in part courtesy of my guy, Tom Homan, and the heroes of ICE. Listen and watch, Tom Homan.
Look, when I came back the second time out of retirement with President Trump, he asked me to oversee 3 things. Securing the border, because the last 4 years in the Biden administration, there was an open border. not because of mismanagement, not because of incompetence, by design. So he asked me, work with the professionals and create a secure border. And Rodney's going to talk about that a lot more in detail in a minute. He wanted me to oversee the historic deportation operation. And that's exactly what we're doing. Promises made, promises kept. The third thing, go find missing children that the Biden administration released unvetted sponsors. Because of the open border the last 4 years, over 500,000 children were smuggled in this country. Last administration couldn't find 300,000 of them, approximately. Under President Trump's leadership, we have located over 62,000 children that the last administration weren't even looking for.
Love that dude. Per the White House, here are the updated border stats since January 21st. 600,000 border arrests. Over 2.5 million illegals have self-deported. And for 7 straight months, Border Patrol, CBP, has released zero, count them, zero illegals into the country. If you want that to continue, J.D. Vance is your guy in 2028. If you want to become like Europe or Australia, well then vote for Gavin Newsom. But don't take it from me. Take it from Hollywood's James Woods, who said this with Brian Kilmeade on Fox News. Listen and watch.
If you're one of the 20 million military-age invaders that came across the border under Joe Biden, who was saying through his mouthpiece, Mayorkas, that the border is secure when this army was coming through, then, you know, or you're a criminal or you're a welfare queen, and you're going to love Gavin Newsom. If you're a dead person and you want to vote, then you're going to love Gavin Newsom.
Let's hope
but if
we
you're
don't have to deal with that
hardworking
fraud.
tax-paying citizen, you are not going to want this guy.
If anybody had any doubt that James...
Slide back right across the country and then stop in Tim Walz's state of Minnesota, another illegal hellhole with safety and security issues. Breitbart reports the following: 400 criminal aliens just busted in Minnesota, thanks to Walz's sanctuary policies, which are to be blamed. And then go down south to Alabama. Senator Tommy Tuberville, he says the quiet part out loud. Listen and watch.
So let's make it very clear. The Afghan terrorists attacked these two shoulders because that is what Islam teaches. The Quran says to kill all infidels. That means all people who don't believe in Islam. So let's not mince words about this. Islamists want every single American, and especially Christians, Americans, they want them dead.
America learned, but will it last? Europe and Australia, they're finding out the hard way. Entering a country is a privilege. It's not a right. So let's keep it that way for the safety of all, because after all, it's just common sense. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday only at Staples. Save on custom cards and custom wrapping paper. Great gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't miss out on the latest laptops where you can save up to 45% off. Staples, boy, that was easy. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in our YouTube chat. So I think this is by design. I think what you're seeing in Australia and what's happening in Europe with France and with London and things like that, you have these elected losers that just want to open up their country, have unsecure borders, and have this influx of people from third world countries with sinister intentions, not only taking advantage of health care and not paying taxes, but many of which come with ill desires to kill people of Christian faith, of any religious denomination that doesn't identify as Muslim. And I think it's a major problem right now. Thankfully, we have a secure border. But sadly, I think, Dawn, with everything that happened the last 4 years, and I think LA and the FBI is proof, we have a lot of terrorists in this country that are not here to take advantage of the American dream, but rather try to end the American way of life.
It's amazing to me how every single day law enforcement at every level And especially after this past weekend and what happened that we've talked about, all these different events at Bondi, et cetera, that they just have to be vigilant. There are no matinees. Every single day, after letting some 20 million people in this country illegally, we have law enforcement on the lookout. Yesterday, thank God, they were able to thwart that planned attack. As they say out west, it does make you just nervous, and that's why we have beefed up patrols around as we are now in Hanukkah, then next week Christmas, and at this time of year, this is why all of these synagogues, all of these events, this is when we're gathering. New Year's Day in Philadelphia, one of the biggest, oldest parades of its kind in the nation, and so this really puts who? Police in peril.
Yeah.
I mean, law enforcement.
You know what's amazing as well is, after George Floyd in 2020, sports leagues, especially the NFL, which, by the way, I don't know if you watch the Eagles game on Sunday or any football game on Sunday in the NFL or Monday night, they've got these stupid social messages, social justice slogans on their new winter skull cap. It says opportunity, but it's spelled OPPORT, and then they change the color of the font, and then it's unity, UNITY. And then I'm watching the Tom Brady broadcast, the big game between the Rams and the Lions on Sunday, and they just kept hitting you over the head with more social justice messaging, both in the back of the end zone, but also again with the forced read that the broadcasters have to do that comes down from the National Football League as part of their partnership. And I'm thinking, where are these messages for America in general? Where are these messages for Jews? Where are these messages for Christians? Like, they're still running the 2021 George Floyd BLM social virtue signaling grift across broadcast television. You don't see any of that for anything pertaining to Jews since October 7th, 2023. I mean, we're 26 months removed, and we're 5 years and change removed from George Floyd. You would think that George Floyd just happened and no Jews are under attack. No Christian values, no Western civilization values. So why the selective social justice messaging from all of these corporate D-bags and these entities like the National Football League? It is embarrassing. You're sitting here telling me about social justice for, as Dawn would say, the black and brown skin community. Well, what about Jews? What about Christians? What about America? I mean, the NFL is Americana to the umpteenth degree. And there's silence on that front. How do they explain that? Why does nobody press them on that? Why wouldn't anybody try to ask the Commissioner Roger Goodell that? Or any corporate executive that wants to send out these absurd things for their social credit score and their ESG score? Boy, they will bend over backwards for the LGBTQ plus community. They don't utter a word for Jews or Americans. How is that possible?
Maybe that's why Roger Goodell gets booed during the draft.
He's been getting booed a long time, too.
Yeah, that's true.
And rightfully so. All right, 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, 855-839-1210. We have a lot to get to today. I'm fired up. I got to get to this Trump-Rob Reiner situation from yesterday. We also have new details of Rob Reiner's death, as well as new details on the alleged suspect, his 32-year-old son. We'll get to that when we kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Also, how about this? A local story at Penn State Abington where a professor is claiming racial discrimination because of DEI practices. We will get to that coming up. And, of course, we have the cut sheet and Matt Rooney. He'll join us when we get him in here virtually via 8:30, which means cannot be late. Can't be late if you're joining via Zoom. There's no traffic.
You don't know that.
There's no weather.
You don't know that.
He doesn't have any cases. I texted him yesterday. He's going to be ready to go.
I talked to him. I said, hey, You've tried to get in here at 8:30 every morning or every Tuesday, and you failed. So why don't we just do this virtually?
Yes.
And he said, great.
I love the idea.
So I am hoping that at 8:30 he will be here.
Yes. And Phil, send him a vMix, not a Zoom, so we don't get any ridiculous connection issues. All right, I got to tell you about my friends at Bucks County Estate Traders. You know, as we head into the holidays, they are the perfect place to go if you want to take a moment to look for maybe just a perfect piece for your house. Maybe you're just looking around, and my wife has been doing this. She's like, we need something over in that corner. That room is not complete. Or maybe you're going to do an entirely new room, or you're going to do your whole house. Bucks County Estate Traders, they are the place to go. And they want to take a moment to thank you, the customer. They appreciate the people who value their real craftsmanship, their real materials, and their furniture, which is built to last. And that's exactly what you'll find in their Hatfield showroom. This is not mass-produced, disposable junk. These are standout pieces, solid wood, exceptional condition, and the kind of craftsmanship you don't get anymore. Whether you're finishing a home office, updating a dining room, or looking for that one piece that pulls the space together, like I just mentioned, they've got it. If you want furniture that makes an impact, something distinctive that sets your home apart, this is the place. Bucks County Estate Traders, they take pride in helping their customers create spaces that they are proud of. Plus, their inventory, it changes constantly. Stop on out, see the owner, Matt Stanella, big fan of the show, big listener of the station, and stop on in and ask him, say, look, what did Nick do? What are some of the pieces that Nick and his wife chose? He's going to show you some of the styles we selected, and you will be very satisfied. And every time you go, it's a fresh chance to find something truly one of a kind. So stop by Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or check their inventory online. Find the piece that turns your house into a home. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best, enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia reminds you that the holiday season is here already. And now's the time to book your work, family, or friend group on the range for a safe and fun shooting experience. King Shooters has everything from .22s for the new shooters to rifles, suppressors, even machine guns for that very special group. Contact them today to book your group, kingshooters.com. King Shooter Supply, 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Open every day. kingshooters.com.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. This holiday season, bring home a truck that delivers. The GMC Sierra delivers the power for the windy winter roads, delivers luxury with premium comfort, and delivers professional grade. At the Barlow Holiday Sales Event, you'll save on more than just the factory rebates. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in. 7 o'clock. It is Kayal and Company live here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll get to the cut sheet at 7:45. A lot of great stories along the way. But as we were wrapping up the first hour, a lot of the Andy Chan procession is going on right now. And I know, Dawn, you had mentioned Fox 29 carrying it. I don't know what you want to add
everybody
to it.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so nice respects for 6 ABC, NBC 10, as they made their way from Givnish Funeral Home. And then through, I believe they just passed through Love Park. Broad Street is back open and headed toward, police headquarters. And then, like I say, they'll be to the cathedral, where the public is invited from 8 to 11 a.m. But some emotional moments at one point, because obviously with the, the motorcycle, the highway patrol, which he was a part of, the mounted officers on horses.
I love that look.
And
I've always been a fan of that.
And you figure with the wind chill, it is 10 degrees out.
Ugh.
And nobody cares as far as the weather, because they're just feeling that it's so important to pay the proper respects to our local hero, Officer Andy Chan. But the city, I loved, driving in this morning, Boathouse Row, all lit up in blue, most Philadelphia buildings in blue. And I love to see that kind of, solidarity for the, in honor of Officer Andy Chan. And then they even paused, I don't know if it was on purpose, but there's, a construction site with the huge flag. And you saw the procession, obviously with his casket, as they're marching down the street and pausing under that American flag. And that's, that's really what I think about when, Nick, when you're talking in your big take and you're talking about the terror threat from outside, and you think about who that puts the pressure on this time of year. I know that a lot of people say, oh, well, they get great overtime. Yeah, you know what? This is a time of year where they shouldn't have to kick it into high gear as far as the working the streets to keep us safe.
Yeah.
because the previous administration let in literally tens of millions of people unvetted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And look, in this day and age, and I've said it many times in the past on this show, you could not pay me enough to be a police officer in the United States of America in 2025. Not with the way the media has demonized the profession, not the way the Democrats have vilified law enforcement. I always say it. I know it's cliche, but I think it's true. 99.9% of police officers go about their job the right way. They are respectful. They are just doing what they do, and they want to go home at the end of their day, at the end of their shift, and see their wife or see their kids. And you can't allow a few bad apples to, allow the media to just broad brush. I mean, imagine watching what's going on today for these 3 hours from 8 to 11, and the city lit up in a color that signifies unification and unity to police and backing the blue. And being one of these yahoos that were running around the last 4 years, defund the police, burning down police stations across the country, throwing flaming garbage cans through precincts, and then of course the audacity to ever open fire on an officer. I grew up in a family full of military vets and police officers, and what cops have to do. I mean, you talk about stealing money versus earning your salary. We steal money in radio, getting paid to talk about this nonsense. These officers are worth so much more. And I always get the salaries wrong. I know. I still think cops make 40 grand. I know they make more than that. But in this day and age, first of all, if you're making 80 grand as a cop, 80 grand doesn't go that doesn't go nearly enough in this society with the cost of everything and the affordability crisis we have in this country. And then to deal with what you have to deal with, knowing even where your own chief of police or your captain or a lieutenant or a sergeant or a mayor probably will not have your back if you are remotely in a debatable situation of you versus the bad guy, right? Like, how many times do we even just get the feeling and the vibe that, well, the cop is guilty until proven he's not guilty, right? Like, I just, so much respect for these people. And then the notion that Tang Chan hung on to her husband as long as she did. And now today, obviously, a sad day. It rips my guts out. I feel so bad for these officers. And that's why I love the fact, I mean, I know, Greg, you said yesterday, Families Behind the Badge Children Foundation, them and Travis Manion Foundation. I mean, you could just stick them right next to each other.
Well, they're local.
Yeah.
That's
they're
why.
Local.
I don't even want to 1A, 1B them. I mean, they're both 1A to me.
But this morning, you think about these officers, the horse-drawn carriage carrying Officer Andy Chan's casket, and officers then walking on foot, carrying his casket up the steps respectfully of the Basilica, and those steps just lined with officers at salute. And you think about these heroes among us who keep us safe day in and day out. And what the news media will report is when any one of them, by the millions across the nation, make one mistake. I don't think any other profession is judged so harshly by especially the media as the law enforcement profession. Because if one individual could be a rookie cop, God forbid anybody does something, makes a mistake, it's reported widely and everyone is painted with a broad brush. No, think of doctors who make medical mistakes. Think of, many other professions, high-level, high-paid professions. And yet these officers, what they have is each other, a brotherhood, a sisterhood. And I think that's why it is such a family unit in the law enforcement community. And that's why law enforcement from around the nation is coming here to Philadelphia to pay final respects to Officer Andy Chan, in part for that reason. It's a true brotherhood, sisterhood. It's on display right now in the streets of Philadelphia.
Yeah, well said. Rest in peace, Andy Chan, and God bless his family. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in, from serious stuff like Andy Chan to ridiculous posts on Truth Social. Fire up the YouTube chat in the comments. Get ready. I'm going to start doing. I'll be taking fire for the next 3 hours, and I don't care.
What happened?
So Trump yesterday on Truth Social, after the passing of Rob Reiner and that tragedy, he posted the following: "A very sad thing happened last night. You can see the post on Truth. Thank you, Phil. I didn't even ask you for that. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. I don't even know where to begin. I will start with this. A few have omitted covering this story nationally. Not surprised. A few, like a Benny Johnson or a Laura Loomer, who gargle Trump's testicles every day of their life, decided to share it as news, but not offer an opinion on it, which is very strange, considering they have opinions on everything under the sun. But a majority of people, I'm actually relatively surprised and kind of impressed, have criticized Trump for this, and rightfully so. I have been one of these people when it pertains to Trump. And I thought Gutfeld did a great job yesterday. I was watching The Five yesterday for the first time in a couple of months. And he said, take Trump's words and take his deeds. So words versus actions. And he said, you can hate a lot of things that Trump says. You don't have to agree with everything Trump says or does. But yesterday was an awful look for the president of the United States of America. And here's my takeaway on this. You know, I have to say, I have never been offended by anything that Trump has said because he's one of a kind. He's unique. He has no filter, a lot like myself. I say what's on my mind, and I really don't care how people view it. I never have. I never will. He's the same way. And you look at that statement, and I've never been offended by a Trump statement, a speech, or a post on social media. And I'm still not. However, I thought what he did yesterday was in poor taste. I thought it was sad. I thought it was disappointing. I thought it was embarrassing for a 79-year-old man as the president of the United States to act that way on social media like a 9-year-old on TikTok. And for all the people out there, and there's going to be a few in the YouTube chat, we'll get a couple of tweets. You can send, because I've seen this all day yesterday as like some sort of defense to it. You can send me all the screenshots of Rob Reiner and all the things that he said about Trump or all the things he said about Republicans. It's amazing how offended the free speech crowd can get when they see something they don't like. Yet when it's the other way around, it's, toughen up, Buttercup. But this still should not result in the president of the United States saying what he said. Not even 24 hours after, allegedly, the guy's son slaughtered the man and the wife.
I don't think you have to say allegedly anymore. He's in jail.
He's in jail. I know. I'm just,
with no bail.
He's not convicted.
He's not convicted yet. He hasn't gone to trial.
Okay.
I'm just, put my little news cap on. I've learned from Stensland, the great broadcasting school of Minnesota journalism. But I'm looking at this and I'm like, dude, now if Rob Reiner would have said on social media or on television, I want Trump dead. I want Trump to die the worst death imaginable. I want Trump assassinated. Or if he would have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death, which he did not, then I would say, you know what? Okay, you had it coming, Rob Reiner. Let Trump pee all over your grave because you did the same thing and wished the same thing upon him. But that was never the case. And I have said, now Rob Reiner, and I know the big screenshot going around is, well, he wanted Trump jailed. He wanted Trump arrested.
That was fake.
That was fake?
That was fake.
Okay, so the people that
Laura
are actually...
Loomer and everybody who retweeted that tweet, it was fake.
So
they're
it's even...
dummies.
So they don't even have a leg to stand on that one because Rob Reiner never even advocated for that. So just because the guy had stage 5 TDS, which he clearly did, we're going to really urinate all over the guy's grave after, presumably his kid murdered him. Dude, you're the president of the United States of America. And I'm really not offended by it. But holy smokes, can you have a moment of non-narcissistic, sociopathic behavior where you're just like, he had a falling out with Ozzy Osbourne and what's her name?
Sharon.
Sharon. He at least called Sharon Osbourne, and we played that beautiful voicemail where he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to say condolences on your loss, Sharon. Ozzy was a great man. We had a good run together back in the day on NBC. I have said I want Hunter Biden jailed. never in a million years, if Hunter Biden, let's say he had a son, and his son allegedly murdered him, I can promise you I would not go on Twitter and say Hunter Biden had it coming, or Hunter Biden was a bad husband, or Hunter Biden was a bad father, or he was a freeloader off of his old man. Good. Like, and I've seen so many tweets. The amount of, and I don't even want credit for this. I got tweets yesterday, people saying, "Oh, kudos, Nick, way to go, man. That took courage." Why does it take courage? Why does it take courage to sit there and say, "Yo, dude, that's a bad look. You're the president of the United States of America, and I don't need you to be a righteous figure. I don't. Bill Clinton was a scumbag. Barack Obama's a piece of garbage. I don't hold any president to this standard of slicked back hair and nice suit and he's going to do it the presidential way. That's all nonsense." But like, dude, you couldn't wait 24 hours to take a shot at Rob Reiner? His son, in all likelihood, slit his throat and stabbed him to death. Come on, man. Have a modicum of decorum. Oh my, and then he makes it like I had to look at this 10 times and I'm like, wait a minute. We've gone through this exercise before. We know how Trump posts on Truth Social. He has a stenographer who he tells some random low-level staffer, he speaks, she types, and she hits the send button. Do you think she enjoyed sending that post? Let me ask you this. For anybody that might be triggered right now and your blood's starting to boil and you just can't wait to type with your in your YouTube chat. You think J.D. Vance would ever say that? Let's go through the people that we all love in this administration that we give glowing reviews for in the first 12 months.
Well, Nick,
Vance, Rubio.
say this, that yesterday during that news conference, the afternoon news conference.
And then he doubled down.
They did ask him about it.
Yeah.
And
do we have that?
We do.
So the issue, I'll just say quickly, the reason for the news conference was two things. President Trump was awarding 13 soldiers and Marines with the recently established Mexican Border Defense Medal during that ceremony at the White House. It was a wonderful ceremony, wonderful words talking about Homeland Security. And Tom Homan's speech, I mean, I think I teared up. It was just an incredible speech that Homan gave.
Yeah, that's great.
And then
what do you think about his post?
And then also President Trump, well, I'm getting to that. Then also President Trump declaring, that drugs like fentanyl are weapons of mass destruction. Okay, right. They're literally a WMD. So
right.
Previous
Phenomenal.
Administrations that declared the war on drugs and honed in on Americans, and in particular poor people, black people, brown people, right? And so this should have been a showcase of a day of a news conference that would have been in the headlines.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
because he has the self-control of a 5-year-old.
When they asked the question, Mr. President, about 10 o'clock this morning, this is yesterday, about 10 o'clock this morning, you posted this on Truth Social. It's getting a lot of reaction. And there is an opportunity to say something different or simply say it's a family tragedy and pivot back to, but we want to talk about the real American tragedy that has taken hundreds of thousands of lives and put all of us in peril, et cetera, et cetera.
And what does he do? He doubles down on it. Like, I mean, dude, what is wrong with that guy?
Roll.
Oh my God.
Roll it.
A number of Republicans have denounced your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. It was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country, yeah.
By the way, let me just say this. So some dummy on the YouTube chat says, you guys are all butthurt over what Trump said about Reiner, but you never said a word when Reiner said he wished that assassin hadn't missed when Trump was shot in Pennsylvania. So shut the F up.
You have proof of that? I don't know that exists.
He said,
I want to see that screenshot. I want to see that screenshot.
The thing about it is, with all of this, that there's no question in my mind that there were horrible things said. And when you are that person who you think about every resource, private, wealthy, the most powerful, the most elite Hollywood, the government, the previous administration. I mean, they threw everything at Donald J. Trump to put him behind bars, to persecute him, to not just take him down, but take his entire business down, to take his children down, his family. So I totally get it. I do. I get it. If he said that about Rob Reiner and Rob Reiner was still alive or not murdered, my only point about it was that in this moment of an incredible moment where President Trump was awarding this new reward that they've created, that the Department of War has created, that we've been looking forward to that ceremony since last August, and they backdated it from January 20th. And so whatever Trump says, sometimes in the post news conference of Q&A, sometimes will trump what should have been the headline. And that was my point from a media standpoint. Look, I'm not gonna make any bones about it with President Trump. He's the guy, if I really want to know if how I look, if my butt looks too big in the dress, that your husband always says, don't ever answer that question. He's the guy who's going to always answer that question. He's fully transparent. He's always going to answer it.
I love the fact that he gives his honest opinion.
Yeah, and he's told
But as a human being, like, dude, you couldn't wait 24 hours to take a shot at somebody that was just murdered?
I think he's just look. Trump is going to be Trump. He's going to answer that the way he just answered it.
But you know what it is, Dawn? It makes us look bad.
That is. No, it doesn't make us look bad.
Yes, it does.
I knew. Look, at the end of the day, I'm just going to say this. Would I have answered that way? No. Would most people? No. Of course, you know me.
Should the President of the United States have?
But I will tell you this. This is a guy who's that guy on that wall. This is a guy who yesterday, and so we should talk about what Homan talked about. That
and nobody cares what Tom Homan said.
Yes,
nobody cares
what Homan said, and that's why this is important. What was said yesterday was, if you fly over the U.S. border, where we had pedophiles and rapists and murderers sneaking over the border, and they had them on heat sensors, and they had them coming in droves to the point that nobody could stop the flood of millions of people, and among them some of the worst vile predators, child predators, etc., were coming over this border. And now you look at nobody's coming over. And so America is safer since January 20th. Thank God for President Donald J. Trump.
That's great.
So in the scheme of things, would I have voted differently? No, absolutely not. I am a Trump supporter.
I voted for the guy 3 times. But
do I wish that he just would have pivoted a little bit on that one? Not because of the way he feels.
We canceled 600 people because they didn't grieve Charlie Kirk properly. 600 people. Twitter went into an upgrade, screenshotting everybody who said any ill will about Charlie Kirk.
Not any ill will.
Stop! 600 people lost their jobs because they didn't
slaughtered
mourn Charlie Kirk properly.
Us.
And the President of the United States goes off and says, "Hold my beer."
It's amazing.
Everybody's making excuses. It's amazing.
Oranges and apples comparison.
It's amazing.
Total oranges and.
Well,
my biggest qualm with yesterday is simply because that the news conference yesterday. Think about that. I was looking forward to that news conference since last August, and I knew it would be special, and it really was a special moment in our country to just celebrate. Thank God we have leadership, first of all, that's celebrating those who put their lives on the line to make the border safer and work very hard, work long hours, but as well, think about this is a miracle of safety for our country that right now as I speak is making each and every one of us safer. This will go down in history with how they secured this border. And because of the nature of media and everything else, he was asked that question I wish he wouldn't have even taken Q&A, quite frankly. This is going to be the headline.
Somebody should deactivate his social media.
No, they shouldn't.
Because he can't control himself. And here's the thing, and this is why I say it's embarrassing to people that voted for Trump, that stand with every one of his policies, and is never offended by anything he says. And again, I'm not offended. It's just an awful, inhumane thing to say and do and post. Like he
didn't do anything, and that's what Gutfeld's point.
But here's the apples and oranges thing that bothers me.
I thought words don't hurt us, Greg.
But look, let me ask you this though.
Words don't.
You always talk about words. What do words matter?
I don't.
Words.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second there, sweetie. And I say that with all love and respect. You know I love you.
And I love you back.
Words don't offend me. Words don't offend me whatsoever. But I just want consistency here. I want consistency from the people who went after every person who said anything bad about Charlie Kirk. I just want consistency. And I'm seeing a lot of, even in the YouTube chat, who cares? Yeah. I can't wait for this news cycle to be over. Yeah, it's super consistent that you want the news cycle to be over when your guy is in the crosshairs.
Yeah, I mean, when he's in hot water, it's a non-story.
Stop with
the
this.
difference is that
words
the people
don't bother me.
Who talked about Charlie
but just
Kirk
be consistent.
Said that they were glad that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Just horrendous. A bunch of randos on Twitter.
That's what they said.
No elected official said that. No elected official. A bunch of random people on Twitter. This is the president of the effing United States. And there's a big difference.
Yes. And what he said, the essential part of what he said was, I'm not a fan. That was what he said yesterday. I'm not a fan. He did not say, I am glad that he was murdered. I am glad he is dead. He said none of those things.
Yeah, because probably somebody told him, like, hey, you might want to...
So he said, I'm not a fan.
Might want to dial it back, dude.
I don't think anybody did say that.
You don't think so?
No.
You think he just...
No, he's a bunch of sycophants around him.
No, I think he's going to say what he's going to say.
Oh, yeah.
And
everything you did.
No, I don't think that either, Greg. I just think that they're...
Own the libs.
But what's infuriating to me is, and before anybody says he doesn't take a salary, spare me that nonsense as well.
Why is that nonsense?
Because it's $400,000. It means as much to him as it does $5 to me.
It's money.
He doesn't take a salary, but with all of these elected leaders, we voted for you and we pay your salary. So you work for me, dude. I don't work for Trump. Trump works for me. Just like Dave McCormick, just like John Fetterman, just like any of these other honks that steal money in politics and line their pockets. Dude works for me. So it's the most confounding thing to me. We all say that about every politician. Yet everybody with a major platform that has rode this guy's coattails for 10 years and profited off of him. Yeah, don't worry about my grammar. Just keep doing whatever you're doing in there. Yeah, I mean, this guy is he's Teflon Don to some people. Like, oh, I don't call him out for it. Why? You voted for him, and in theory, you pay his salary. Why don't you hold him accountable? What are you so scared of? I got news for you. I'm not scared of Trump, and I come on the air and I say it all the time. And you know what? I'm not afraid of losing my audience because you know what? I have the highest rated show on this station. In fact, if you took this morning show and compared it against the entire country, I guarantee you it's one of the 3 or 4 highest rated news talk shows in the country in the format. Why? Because I give you my honest opinion. I don't just give you red meat for the base. And if you can't handle that, leave. I don't really care. I've got a new 3-year contract. So if you don't like what you're hearing, tough noogies. Don't care. Don't want to hear it.
So you're taking all the credit for the ratings on the show
Big
of an ensemble cast?
Yes.
Do you think, okay, well, let's all leave and have you do it by yourself?
That's fine.
You want to take all the credit?
That's fine.
This is an ensemble cast.
That's
we have
fine.
4 boxes.
You're free to leave anytime you would like.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Gregory free to leave. Phil free to leave. Jimmy free to leave. The amount of people that just cannot say Trump was wrong is astounding to me. Like you're speaking down to your Lord and Savior, which also gets me to the religious front. I don't want to hear anymore that you're a Christian on Twitter. I don't want to see that you have a Bible quote in your profile, yet you're sitting there adoring a man who is peeing on somebody's grave after they were just murdered by their own flesh and blood. So spare me the sanctimonious Christians like Benny Johnson, who every day says, I am so grateful for what the Lord has given me with my beautiful wife and kids. John, blah, 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 Ephesians, blah, blah, Galatians, blah, 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 blah. And then you act that way. Dude, stop. Stop the fake virtue signaling.
Well, Nick, you've officially done it. I'm now on the side of Trump. After hearing your rant,
good.
You've converted me. That's
it's
it.
just like the guy. He's my dude. He's been my dude for 3 elections. But like, you can't post that. Come on, man.
Yeah.
The guy got murdered in cold blood by a psychotic kid.
It's horrible. I mean, look, what happened. What happened
and yes, I'm
is
on my
a
high horse.
tragedy.
And Dawn,
he said,
Dawn, you're a big part of it. I'm just bloviating and gas bagging. Greg, you're a big part of the ratings too. Don't everybody get in their feelings. It's just
they're not my feelings. As my Swedish grandmother said, I don't get angry. I have a long fuse, but I will get even. Ding.
No, it's this. I look at this
What's happening
post.
this morning? This is the greatest show ever.
I mean, Rob Reiner.
Greg's usually the foil. He loves this night.
A tortured and struggling soul.
I'm staying out of this one.
No,
right.
And I was not performing to theater. I loved I meant everything I said about Trump and Reiner, not about Dawn and Greg. But
here's the thing with President Trump. Remember, I'll never forget this. I'll never forget the moment I was in my kitchen, which needs the kitchen magic. I was in my kitchen and my husband came in and he said, "Oh, your guys, he's in trouble." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he did this so many different times, the Russia thing. But he did another time when the comments about John McCain came out, when he said John McCain lost. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And so here's the thing with President Trump. He's going to say what he's going to say. He's very blunt. He's probably the most blunt person I've ever met in my life. You know what I mean? Probably the most blunt. But at some point, would I rather have a slick talking president who says all the right things, but does all the wrong things?
Correct.
And so at the end of the day, I'm simply like, would I have said that? No. Would you have said that? Would all the people, and I'm not looking at the YouTube chat on purpose right now, but I will say,
I'm getting
in all
slaughtered
seriousness,
probably,
like, seriously,
it's amazing.
I think with all of us, with any one of us, would you have said, no, you wouldn't have. But the thing about it is,
I don't think he would say that in person. That's the thing. I go back to what Erica Kirk said in that Barry Weiss interview. There's something that dehumanizes people on social media. And we've created this culture where we say the things on a platform with a post, with our keyboard or our smartphone that we would, and I'm not saying this is like a tough guy act of, oh, you would never say that to my face because you know what would happen. But like, I don't think Donald Trump would say what he said verbatim in that truth post in front of a camera or microphone. But there's something that you go into a different mode when you have this phone. Yeah. And Erica Kirk talked about it, the way people celebrated and the way they acted about watching her husband be murdered, in her words, in high-res video. Like, there's a dehumanizing element to social media.
I will just say this, that when there was a time in my life where I felt that people, I will say this, when you feel like you're being wrongfully persecuted and somebody's trying to take out your entire family, I will say it changes your opinion about those who supported that.
Yeah.
And so for him, I think that even yesterday, really basically all he said was, look, I wasn't a fan. That's the bottom line of what he said. I wasn't a fan. So I think that was a muted comment from him. Rob Reiner over time, and this is a horrific, tragic murder, but he was probably the most outspoken Hollywood, high-profile people who said really horrible things about Trump over the year. I mean, like really horrible, but basically wished him in jail, wished his family that they would all like lose their business and so on. You know, there are people, I will say, here in Philadelphia, they're not in power anymore, who they're dead to me. And I wouldn't say it out loud if something happened to them, but I would feel that way.
Really?
I'm just saying, oh yeah. I have I call it remember Aria with her list of who should die? Oh, absolutely. And so maybe I wouldn't say that out loud, but I would think it. So unless you know what it's like to feel like the whole world is against you and your family. And
I know what it feels like right now.
For.
Just look at the YouTube chat.
Well, you kind of deserve it right now.
That's fine. I'll give you my honest opinion. I'm not going to sit here and be couched by the fear of a YouTube comment.
No, but these are, so what we're having right now is like, we'll be out at the coffee machine and have forgotten about this conversation because they're just words. But what Trump experienced over years was Hollywood, the establishment and administration, Hillary Clinton allegedly, and that whole nasty Steele dossier. We could go through the whole Russia, the whole laptop, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I mean, man, they tried to take him out.
And I've barbecued every one of them for it.
You know?
Yeah.
But they're not just words. These were actions by high-powered people, and they were all colluding and part of something that tried to take his entire family out and put them out of business and make them bankrupt. Those people are all dead to him. They were dead to him a long time ago.
You think these people are dead? I mean, this is the one thing I actually give Trump credit for. The amount of people that he will go after they go after him and then break bread with them again. I mean, Mika and Joe, come on down to Mar-a-Lago. Mika
and Joe didn't
Bill Maher.
Yeah, but these...
Like, I think Trump knows the game. Like, he talks a great game, but then he will...
people who were complicit in trying to take out, and I think it's the kids... You know, you talk to Eric Trump or read his book. I mean, oh my God, the times that I think Eric Trump holds a record in New York for being the most most persecuted person. In other words, the times that they went against him and tried to file things against him.
I think the kids are off limits if they're minors or if they don't meddle in politics.
They try to put them in jail to take away their ability to do business. They try to take out not just Trump, his entire business, his entire family, make him bankrupt, and make him personally go to jail.
Right.
You don't forget that.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying he should ever forget that. I'm just, again, I'm blown away by the amount of people that just, don't, like, for a moment, like, they get so caught up in this that they think it's truly, I don't even want to say personal, because I do think politics does get personal for some people. But, like, Rob Reiner was good buddies with James Woods, and they're on the exact opposite of the radical spectrum. James Woods, who I played and I love, and I played him in The Big Take, super far right. Rob Reiner, super far left. And yet, like, they're still, like, besties. They're still buddies. Like, the divide... Like, that's why I bust my mother-in-law's chops. I've never understood why you cut people off over politics.
Agreed.
Like seriously? Because at the end of the day, they really don't care about you or us. They care about themselves. And you're going to, like, throw a friendship or a family member or a professional relationship away over, well, I vote Democrat. Yeah, so? Okay, great, cool.
I would say the James Woods interview, I didn't see the Kilmeade one earlier that you played, but the James Woods interview that I reviewed this morning, Jesse Waters did later, in which he goes through and James Woods talks about the fact that Rob Reiner gave him a career break when everybody said he was down and out. And so James Woods, obviously a huge Trump supporter, and what he said was he and Rob Reiner could have a respectful conversation about politics, to your point. That they obviously diabolically, like 100% disagreed on politics, but he talked about the heart and soul of Rob Reiner as a good human being who could, much like old school, could have a political debate and not get all judgy and nasty and cut off a friendship about it.
Yeah. Susie Cool's mad at me. She's DMing me. Yeah. She says enough already. I'm tired of the Trump bashing. I'm changing the channel. Good. Unless you have a meter, I really don't care. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. You want to play that game. I know how ratings work, so Susie can leave. She doesn't impact my ratings one bit. This holiday season, share the love.
Hang on before you do a live read. We're way over anyway. We might as well stay.
That's why I was getting to the read.
Stay way over. Joe's in South Philly. What's up, Joe?
Joe.
How you doing, guys?
What do you got?
Did anybody take his temperature?
I'm actually very cool. I've never been drier, to be honest.
I think he might have a fever. Well, you already said it, or Donnie already said it. When he got shot, when he was getting whatever, the news people and everybody else was so happy. They were so happy. They don't stop talking about him. Who is he to mention God? I mean, what are you talking about?
Who's who to mention God?
This was on the View. One of the women on the View said, "Who is he to mention God?" Because he said, "God bless me." And,
well, I think God probably did bless him. Don't you think if you were really not a religious person most of your life, and you were a nanometer away from having your head blown off, maybe there was some divine intervention that he survived that day?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He said it, and they made a mockery of him.
So why are you?
Who's he to mention God?
Who cares? Who cares if it's? Who cares what the View says? What are you so worried about what Joy Behar has to say? Why are you watching that?
It wasn't only her. It was everybody. It was all the news people. It was all Bill Maher, that idiot, and down the line.
Okay. So,
I mean, you're saying, okay, he said what he said. It's like she said.
Joe, let me ask you a point blank question. Is that a good look for somebody after they've been murdered less than 24 hours? Yes or no?
No, it's not a good
Okay,
look.
well,
Not
thank
at
you
all.
very much, Joe. Spin cycle class is over. Let's go to Senator Ed Durr. Ed Durr, what's up, sir? How are you?
All right. I'm not going to disagree with you and say that the statement was correct. The statement was a bad statement.
Yeah.
What I will tell you in defense of Donald Trump, and I will play my dog side here. I'm defending Trump on this one part. I'd rather him be honest with his feelings than be fake. How many times do people go and have wars about it, and then they're fake when something like this happens? I don't want Donald to come out and say, oh, he was a great guy. If Donald hated the guy hated Donald. Why come out with a fake sentiment?
Why
I'd
come
rather him
out?
be honest about it.
Ed, why come out and say anything at all then? Why don't you just let it go?
I agree with you. Me personally, I would have just said my sympathies for his family. That's what I would have said. Simple, one cut. You don't make a big deal about it. You make it a very simple statement. He went on and on about it, and I guess it was his way of literally spitting on his grave, kind of like doing the dance. I'm the last one standing. Haha, you're gone, kind of thing. Yeah. It's not a real good look.
No, of course it's not.
But again, I would rather him be honest. But look, I said this to a person the other day when they said they didn't like some of the things Trump says and does. And the problem is, you and I, we always had to measure ourselves on how we spoke and acted around people because we had to work in life. We had to go and take jobs and everything like that. Donald had FU money forever.
Yep.
Forever. Yep. So he hasn't had that culture around him where he had to, tuck tail and power to somebody.
Yeah,
which is
great, which is a great luxury to have. I wish I had that type of FU money.
And so that kind of shaped his personality.
Yeah.
So he feels freedom to say and do what he wants to do.
Yeah. I'm just saying from a human compassion. I'm just saying, Ed, from a human compassion standpoint.
Again, I'm not disagreeing with you. I said his statement is a bad statement.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to give you a reasoning why he's like this.
I got you.
And it's not the whole of Donald. Remember, it's not the whole, because this is a man who has countless humanitarian things that he's done in his life for people. And just like you mentioned, he called up Sharon, Osbourne.
Yeah.
He didn't have to do that.
Correct.
He's done things that other people don't know about.
Yeah.
This one, I think he just felt it was kind of his last dance to do on a guy who's been very outspoken against him, and he took a shot. And it was a poor taste shot, but that's who he is. So.
Yep. No, I got you, Ed. Hope you. It sounded like you have a little laryngitis there. Hope you feel better, by the way.
Maybe he caught what you had. By the way, any truth to the rumors, because the YouTube chat is just blowing up right now. Any truth to the rumors, Nick, that the Soros Foundation is now giving you talking points?
Yes. I'm actually paid by the Jews as well. That's how I have such a luxury lifestyle that I come in here every day with radio station apparel that I've been given.
Yeah. You're living high on the hog.
Yeah, I figured I wouldn't waste all my millions on clothing.
With that free swag you
have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, this all because again, what we're talking about, we're not talking about some other things that I did find fascinating. It emerged at some point over the past 36 hours, and maybe you said this earlier, but Did we report that it was the Conan? This started at the Conan O'Brien Christmas party.
Yes. Yeah.
Did we say that?
I don't think because
Okay.
that info happened yesterday, where they had allegedly. I don't think we have to say allegedly because it's all over the place. So his son was going through a tough time, and him and his mother, Rob Reiner, and Michelle, his wife, took their son to the Conan O'Brien Christmas party to keep an eye on him. And apparently they had a little dust up there, and that night is when Nick allegedly went and murdered.
According to
parents.
According
Stabbed.
to TMZ, one family source told TMZ that Rob and Michelle were at wit's end about their troubled son, and at some point on Saturday night, he had a blazing row with his father inside of O'Brien's estate. Other guests overheard the commotion but brushed it off. Wow.
So this is apparently one of the words is that they were considering some kind of a conservatorship to try to force him back into rehab. He had, as we've talked about, and Greg played those clips yesterday where he was in and out of rehab since he was 15 years old. So had struggled with drugs, homelessness, all of that. And that was kind of the irony of it all. That here's a family like many American, I mean, not to this end, but we've talked a lot about the tragedy of fentanyl and these different, drugs and illicit drugs that nobody's been able to try to stem the flow. So the ironic thing was, here's Trump declaring that some of the worst drugs that kill and devastate families, he's declaring as weapons of mass destruction. What does that do? It makes it,
which he can't do, by the way, because he can't. We have Ellie Honing talking about it from a legal standpoint that he can't actually, it's a nice sentiment, and I think everybody agrees with it, but he can't actually do it.
But what he is doing, and this is all the irony of it, is that, when Trump shines a light on something, it gets everybody talking about it. So think about what you just said, Greg. If not for the comments where the bottom line was I'm not a fan of his, what will we be talking about? Could he declare these things weapons of mass destruction? So what he's trying to do is say it's not about the people who do them here. What he's doing is he is saying, no, we're gonna fight this and declare war. The war on drugs is not something where we're gonna go into homes in Philadelphia and across the nation and arrest a whole bunch of poor people who've been basically self-medicating with these. No, we're going to declare the war so that they can't come in, and to prevent a 15-year-old like Rob Reiner's son Nick from getting those drugs. That's the irony. Do you know what I'm saying? Trump is actually taking actions that are unprecedented and really making everybody's trying to make the conversation shift so that everybody's talking about, why do we allow all of these drugs to come in? And BTW, let's go back to the 80s, and was the CIA complicit in some of these drugs? You know what I mean? And go through all those theories. But he's actually trying to do something about these drugs that do take our children and our families and fuel the gangs and the cartels and all that stuff. He's trying to do something with action. And that's the irony to me of this whole freaking conversation.
All right, we'll get to the cut sheet coming up next. A lot of calls, too. We'll try to sprinkle those in, so if you're on hold, hang tight. And Matt Rooney, just 45 minutes from now. This holiday season, share the love of driving excellence at the Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. That's right, Piazza Auto Group, Mercedes-Benz, 3 dealerships in 3 different states, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, with exceptional offers like the 2025 C-Class sedan or the 2026 GLC SUV with 1.99% financing for 36 months. Also, our sales guy, Michael Steinberg, who we might be getting together with tomorrow with Piazza, he just took advantage of a great offer from the Piazza sales department as he got himself a brand new gorgeous Mercedes-Benz. Maybe he's getting George Soros money. I'm certainly not. I can't afford a Mercedes-Benz, but maybe you can in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. So discover your Mercedes-Benz at one of their 3 great locations in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Piazza, PremiumAutos.com.
We got to talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, and the all-in-one Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split they installed in our lower level in our office area due to poor ventilation. This ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, it is a game changer. I mean, here we are with these frigid temperatures. I go down there and it's just toasty. It is a wonderful thing. I cannot recommend this enough. And by the way, my guys at Marvin E. Cans, they also are a highly trained group as far as factory trained group of technicians. They do not earn any commission. You got to check out and always look up. Do me a favor. If you don't have Marvin E. Cans, look up the company that you're using right now. Look up if they have any job openings. And if they say, we offer commission. And then let me ask you something. What do you think happens when they come out to your house and what they're looking for? So to me, Marvin E. Cans, true technicians, highly trained, great guys, family owned and operated, third generation, by the way. Jonathan Cans, a lot of you met him at some of these great fundraisers that we've had. But his grandfather, War Hero, by the way, founded this local company in the 1950s, early 50s. I can't recommend them highly enough. But as winter approaches, visit my guys, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Every year, retirees eagerly anticipate the announcement of the new Social Security Cost of Living Adjustment, also known as COLA, which is designed to help retirees' Social Security income keep pace with inflation. This week's expert report reveals COLA's shortfalls and a proven method to fight those shortfalls in the face of rising costs. The COLA for 2026 is a 2.8% increase, or about $56 more each month for the average retiree taking Social Security. COLA is calculated using the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, which tracks the spending habits of working Americans, not retirees. It doesn't measure the true cost of what retirees spend most on, like utilities, prescriptions, housing, and insurance costs, all of which have risen much faster than basic inflation. So while Social Security is adding $56 to your check, your bills are taking hundreds of dollars more from your wallet. Combating rising costs is hardly a new issue, which is why the Crash Proof Retirement System features proprietary inflation fighters that allow everyday Americans to increase their income by up to 35% to cover rising costs without depleting their nest egg. As you draw income to offset higher expenses, your nest egg is protected from market risk and fees. The money withdrawn can be replenished with the potential for double-digit interest returns that can't be taken away. To learn more, schedule a no-cost financial checkup with a licensed retirement phase expert by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com and discover a better way to fight inflation today.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The Roon Dog, Matt Rooney. He is coming up in just about 37 minutes. Looking forward to our Tuesday chat with Mr. Save New Jersey, Matt Rooney, coming up at 8:30 this morning. Fight Club coming up at 9:10 this morning. Have a couple of submissions that I thought were interesting. We'll see if they appear today or tomorrow.
I think today is the local one. I think it's Philly. It's SEPTA, right?
Okay. A Philly SEPTA fight.
Yeah.
We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. 855-839-1210. We'll get to some of your calls as well. So if you're on hold, hang tight. But we're 8 minutes late because I spent 40 minutes bloviating like a... I didn't think I was yelling that much. Maybe in the beginning.
Well, you insulted Dawn and I, which we haven't forgotten about.
You guys know I love you. By the way, I actually have to get you guys your Christmas gift.
No, I don't want anything.
You don't want anything?
Yeah, well, I mean, you basically said you can do the show on your own, so Dawn and I are free to leave, right?
No, I need you guys. I love you guys.
Anytime, dude. I don't want to wake up before 8.
That's a lie. You love being a part of morning radio.
We could roll in around 9.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Dawn, I'm thinking.
Craig and I could
9 a.m.
get breakfast.
When the rest of the brand managers in this place arrive.
I'm going to get you guys a couple of bottles of red. I've got to get the suits a couple of Tito's. I'm going to do my Christmas booze shopping. It's really just an excuse for me to buy alcohol, too.
Yeah.
But
it's gross.
All right. I love everybody out there.
Nobody. I don't take anything personally. It's fine.
It's a radio show.
We're having a spirited discussion,
and it's a gift from the content gods. I got to take advantage of it while it's here because when Trump is gone, it's going to get real boring.
It really is.
Okay, J.D. Vance is not going to drop any Scud missiles on social media.
You know what's funny is that
I didn't want to break down the pros and cons of going into Venezuela. I guess I could do that later today if you'd like.
To be truthful about this is that this only matters for people who live their lives online, and for the majority of the country, they didn't see it, they don't know about it, and it doesn't affect their lives at all.
You know, surprisingly, I didn't get a text from my mother-in-law yesterday. I really thought I would.
Because she's probably not on social media like you are.
But she hears about these things.
But it is a busy time of year.
And by the way, speaking of virtue signaling, can I just say something too? What? Since Nick Kayal took shots at us, I'm going to take a shot back at you.
By all means.
Stop with the virtue signaling, screenshotting it, and sending it out on Twitter, giving your thoughts on Twitter. Just stop. Give your thoughts here. Okay?
What thoughts?
On the Trump tweet. Nobody cares. Give your thoughts here. This is where we pay you, homie.
You look at my Twitter feed.
See what I did there, Don?
There is very. I see what you did. I don't really spill the show beans on social media.
I know you don't. You just tweet about every meaningless college football game.
Yeah, that's right.
Out there.
I've got a lot of thoughts on everything.
Yeah.
Multifaceted.
But like in a way, what you did was like every senator, every politician, every person of public note had to make their feelings felt, either supporting it or not supporting it on the Trump tweet.
Yeah, it's kind of
everybody had to do it, and it's just a way of virtue signaling.
No, it's not virtue signaling.
1 billion%.
Especially when you do what we do for a living.
It's 1 billion.
We are paid to opine.
Yes,
which is what I do
on this radio station,
and
not on Twitter.
And I do it well on this station. I think.
No, stop spiking the football. I'm yelling at you.
Yeah, I know. You threw the challenge flag, and I'm giving you the official rebuttal from the officials. Anything else?
No.
You good today?
Oh,
you seem like you kind of. I felt like I had to just bring it up. You were a little down today.
No, I'm not.
You didn't
down.
have that typical manic Monday thing that you have.
Yeah, no, I pick and choose what I yell about.
You get into better moods as the week goes along. Have you noticed that?
I do.
Stenslin, have you noticed that? Like Greg's very, very angry on Monday. He's very jovial. He won't play devil's advocate as much on a Friday. It's like as the week progresses and he knows his weekend's coming and he can get the hell out of here, he's kind of like in a better mood.
Checked out.
Huh.
I'm just brainstorming for the big take because I'll have some words of wisdom. I will say I've interviewed Michael Jordan a couple times, and Michael Jordan, a GOAT, he always gave credit with the Chicago Bulls team, acknowledging the team's championships and his teammates and the success of everybody.
You're not going to forget that, are you?
I'm not. And, this is what a woman does best, right? We torture you slowly.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
With your own words.
Some men kind of like it that way. But I digress. All right, 12 minutes late. Let's get to Tuesday edition. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
Wow, are we late? What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday, Rooney Tuesday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you. Tri-County Auto for sponsoring the ever-important What's on the Cut Sheet. I want to start with what Don Stenslin talked about Trump designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Lawyer, legal person, Ellie Honig, who I think is a very bright guy, and he usually calls it down the middle from a legal perspective. It basically said that it's kind of completely meaningless. Saying though, but he did say that he thinks it's a good idea. Thinks that most of the majority of the country would agree with it, but from a legal perspective, it actually doesn't mean too much.
Okay,
roll this.
Strikes. No, it is completely meaningless. It's symbolic. Federal law describes what a weapon of mass destruction is. Generally, it has to be an incendiary device, something that blows up, something that shoots, something that disseminates poison, that kind of thing. If you commit a crime involving a weapon of mass destruction, there's very serious penalties involved. Could be life in prison, could be death if someone dies. But the president saying drugs or fentanyl are now weapons of mass destruction has zero legal impact. It's up to judges. It's up to the parties on a case-by-case basis. It's an interesting argument. It doesn't meet the definition, but it's like if the president declared that a slingshot is a firearm, it doesn't make it a firearm for legal purposes.
It would have to be Congress would have to change the statute.
Yes.
Right? It's not a judge couldn't just say fentanyl is a weapon because you said there's definition.
If they found that you somehow could shoehorn it into the definition.
Yeah, I mean, legally, Ellie Honig is spot on there. But I love the fact that Trump called it what he called it, a WMD. And let's be honest, with the amount of deaths that have occurred in this country in the last, pull up the numbers on an annual basis. The numbers of fentanyl deaths in the United States surpass any death total for any military operation in recent years. I know we're talking about drugs versus WMDs. You go back to Iraq, 2003, the whole nonsense. But the sheer volume, and that's the best part of it. And I know they just nuked a couple of boats again in the last day or so, which I absolutely love. I think they took out 8 more narco terrorists yesterday, which to me you can't take out enough. Kill, and I've been on again. Call me a hypocrite. I try to be consistent with all of my arguments. I don't care if this is against the law or above Trump's authority or constitutional powers, the executive branch. It's because if those drugs make it to this country, we have dead Americans. Now, if you're going to take fentanyl knowingly, that's on you. You're stupid. But for some of these people, these awful, tragic stories of kids messing around with marijuana that was laced with fentanyl and they die, you know what? If it's that innocent kid who just wanted to get high on a joint or a narco terrorist, keep dropping bombs on them. But yeah, I have no problem with the WMD definition. It's really what it is. It's the silent killer that I think that last administration is guilty of allowing to permeate and infiltrate through this country. And I think the media has done a terrible job covering it. It does not get the national attention it deserves.
23 here, Phil. Trump also said yesterday that he is considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. A decision that could reshape the cannabis industry, ease criminal penalties, and unlock billions in research funding. He was asked about that yesterday. Roll this.
Is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana?
We are considering that, yeah.
Okay. Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Let me just ask the question instead of giving an answer to what he just said. Let me pose the question. Do you think, and I'm all for this reclassification. Again, my only thing is just don't be behind a wheel. Just don't be driving a vehicle if you've been smoking weed. To me, it's no different than alcohol. It impairs your ability to think quickly, your reflexes, all of that. But for the people that have been in jail for like major marijuana distribution, do you think with the acceptance in society of weed and with reclassification that some of these people should have their sentences tossed out, reduced? Should they be exonerated?
I think a lot of them have, to be honest with you.
I don't know the right answer to that because I feel like you got to play by the rules with what the rules were at the time when you did the crime. But like moving forward, I mean, give me a break. There's so much more that law enforcement can be focusing on.
Road Warriors.
And I'm not saying we need to have like the Wild Wild West.
Icarus.
Huh?
Sorry, nothing.
What's Icarus?
Road Warrior brought up Icarus.
Oh.
Flew too close to the sun.
This is so we're back to the 1994 crime bill because that's what this is with the reclassification of marijuana.
Well, what is it now? I mean, it's based on the amount you're obviously in possession of, correct? I mean, you can't have a trunk full of marijuana, right, in your car. But if you get caught with non-medicinal prescribed marijuana, is that like a misdemeanor of the, I don't even know if it's the 5th degree or a class F or whatever it might be?
Yeah, a lot of people in law enforcement are worried about all of this with marijuana and then how you do it. So there's all this, the carts or the vaping, because you can vape it and it goes deep into your lungs. I mean, there are all these controversies. And then how do you, if you pull somebody over and they're under the influence, do we have everything, all the apparatus to test them? So there's a lot here.
Yeah. No, you've made that point in the past, and it's a good one. I mean, you can sit there and, smell it, or you can look at somebody's eyes and get a kind of an inkling as to whether or not they're under the influence. But I'm surprised that we don't even have the technology to test for it yet. Of all the things that we have in 2025 with artificial intelligence and where we're going, the fact that you can't test for it on the fly, on a DUI pullover or DWI?
Yeah, it's not mainstream. I imagine some different departments do have it, but it's just something that it's not an everyday occurrence. Where for DUI there are a million ways that you can detect that. So
right. Let me put you on the spot, Senza. What do you think of the reclassification of marijuana? You think it's a good idea or no?
I think that as far as reclassifying it, I do worry about the long-term effect of it. However, I think that we have different views on alcohol than we do marijuana. And you have all of these people driving impaired with alcohol, and alcohol causing all of these impairments. And so I think that what they're trying to say is we don't have the resources to arrest people and take them through the system. And maybe with Uber and the driverless vehicles, if Waymo ever gets perfected, maybe then operating a vehicle is no longer an issue. However, I still do support the drug testing for people who are driving things like, large semis and that sort of thing. And what he's saying doesn't affect that. So people who, your private workplace, if you're operating machinery, etc., they can still test for it.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you guys a question? And I'm not being snarky, as I usually am. This is an actual serious question. All of these executive orders that he signed, have any of them been passed into law?
That I don't know. If they have, I'm guessing some of them are in the one big beautiful bill.
maybe I shouldn't say into law, like implemented. Have any of them actually been implemented?
Like what?
I don't know. He's like,
oh yeah,
the Department all the time.
Department of
signing things.
Department of Education has been stripped down.
Mm-hmm.
That's gone into effect.
Okay.
The ban on men in women's sports. I mean, now that's one of those things where if you violate it and don't adhere to it, they can withhold federal funding. So that's kind of like a test us and try us if you dare, case by case. But yeah. Actually, you could probably find the answer online. I'd be curious. I'm sure some of them have.
Yeah, some of them are being challenged. So that's just it. As far as the one with men and women's sports is a good example. So if you want to adopt that and say, well, he signed the executive order, you can, but school districts in our area are being defiant with that. So they'll probably, there will be lawsuits.
As of late 2025, Donald Trump has signed a total of 440 executive orders across both of his presidential terms. Unlike legislative bills, executive orders do not pass a voting body like Congress. They take effect immediately upon being signed. However, their long-term stability depends on whether they are codified into law, upheld by courts, or revoked by subsequent administrations. So far, in his second term, Trump has issued 220 executive orders. This is the highest single year of a president since 1933. In 4 years, in his first term, he signed a total of 220. He's already put up 220 in his first year of 4.
But my question is how many of them have actually been implemented?
Here you go. Codification by Congress. In 2025, the House of Representatives has already voted to codify 50 of his executive orders. So that would be roughly 20%.
But in this case, if you declare fentanyl in particular as a weapon of mass destruction, then I believe what that does is it allows you to then say, well, we have this quote unquote weapons of mass destruction. They're flooding into the country. And so what does that do? It allows you to free up money to further protect the border. It allows you to free up money to fight this so-called weapon of mass destruction in our communities. So you can fund it, you can fight it, you can send in the National Guard, because now it's a weapon of mass. It's the same thing with the idea to call the cartels or certain gang members terrorists, because when you have that distinction, then legally
you designated it.
It's something federal, and it deals with the states' rights versus the federal, right? So I think that's where we're going.
Now, in regards to his first term, approximately 72 of those 220, or 33% of his executive orders, were revoked by Joe Biden before Trump returned.
We reported yesterday on the U.S. service members that were killed in Syria. Well, one has been identified as an Iowa police chief's son, Sergeant Nate Howard. The second service member killed in action has been identified as Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar. Both were members of the Iowa National Guard. Roll this news clip.
Some sad news now out of Iowa. An Iowa police chief revealing that his son is one of the soldiers who died in that ambush attack in Syria over the weekend. His name is Nate Howard. He was one of 2 National Guardsmen shot and killed by what the Pentagon is calling a lone ISIS gunman. His father posting this tribute. My wife Misty and I had that visit from Army commanders you never want to have. Our son Nate was one of the soldiers that paid the ultimate sacrifice for all of us to keep us all safer. The Army just releasing the name of the second soldier killed, Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar, age 25, out of Des Moines, Iowa. A civilian interpreter also dead, his identity not yet made public. It happened as the men were on a counterterrorism mission in the town of Palmyra, southeastern Syria. The gunman also dead in the crossfire this past week.
Awful. Just awful. Senator Ed Durr checking in via text after his phone call this morning. He says all have been, in regards to Trump's EOs, all have been implemented. Many are being challenged.
D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith is accused of manipulating data to artificially lower crime stats. I think
what a shocker.
We reported that. We reported this a couple weeks ago. Here's the news report on 26.
Led House Oversight Committee now releasing a report accusing the outgoing D.C. police chief of manipulating data to artificially lower crime statistics. Bill Malusian looking at the numbers. He's live on the Hill with this. Bill, what you find out?
Bill, good morning to you. Those House Oversight Committee Republicans say the bottom line of what their investigation found is that the outgoing D.C. police chief was essentially cooking the books on crime data and trying to make the city seem a whole lot safer than it really was. Now, those House Republicans say what their investigation consisted of was interviewing all 7 commanders of D.C. Metro Police's patrol districts, including a former commander who's currently suspended for allegedly tampering with crime stats in his own district. And these are some of the conclusions they've made in their report. They allege that D.C. Metro Police Chief Pamela Smith pressured commanders to report lower crime stats by any means necessary. The commanders testified that Chief Smith even pushed them to pursue lesser charges that aren't publicly reported, even for serious crimes, and she required certain crimes to be reviewed by her office. Now, the report also says police commanders testified that Chief Smith punished them and retaliated against them if they tried to report accurate rising crime data, even berating them in meetings and individually to pressure them into reporting those lower crime figures. Now, in a statement on the report, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says in part, quote, Chief Pamela Smith coerced staff to report artificially low crime data and cultivated a culture of fear to achieve her agenda.
What a disgrace to the officers that are actually out there doing a great job, that are responsible for crime being where it is, and the safety and security. And then you have somebody out there who doesn't have your back. I mean, imagine that. Imagine working for, I'd love to know when Pamela Smith was hired. Is she a DEI hire as a chief, as we've seen throughout the country with some of these people that are clearly left wing? They don't want to, stop violence. They want to always defend the rights of the suspect as opposed to defending their officers out there risking their lives. And what's the payoff for it? I mean, are you trying to cover up your own police incompetence? Or is this like a defiant political act and a lie because you don't like the current administration? Because Bowser, the mayor, she actually, to her credit, said, we need more police, and we're fine with the federal troops being in here, which was a complete 360 or a 180, I don't know how you say it, from Los Angeles, where they're like, we don't want federal troops out here. We don't need the National Guard. We've got it, Trump. No, you don't. Chicago, perfect example. Murder rate, 17 per 100,000. Philadelphia, only one behind.
That's right. We're number 2.
Yeah, and we never even get brought up. I don't get it.
I'm just curious why all of a sudden now because I feel like we've been. Is it because she commented on it? Like why all of a sudden now is this story back in the news? Do you know, Dawn? Why all of a sudden?
She's stepping down.
Well, no, I know that, but we reported this like weeks ago about that. I'm not sure why all of a sudden this is down. This is back in the news.
She was, by the way, appointed in July of 2023.
Yeah,
go figure.
Well, I think that it was an accusation.
Gotcha.
Before.
Yep. That makes sense.
So the new report is the actual data. So we reported initially on, hey, this is being investigated. The House Oversight Committee, all these different individuals, Judge Jeanine Pirro, all of that. And so then they had to look at the data, analyze the data, and then yesterday they released the actual crime data, which they believe, they're saying reveals how she manipulated these numbers.
Wow.
So.
Wow. I mean, not shocking. Dawn said it at the beginning. It's not shocking that this is going on. But the brazenness, I guess, of it is just. I mean, I would assume they all do this, right, to make their city seem better. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, they'll put something in a different category.
Sure, yes.
I remember. I mean, you go back you could look at every major city, but I will say this. Generally speaking, if you really want to look at it, there has to be some level of transparency. So in this one, they're saying the manipulation went beyond that. Like in Philadelphia, we have the category that's widely criticized where they kind of say, well, this is a death.
Yes.
This over here is a death. And we don't know, we're not going to label it a homicide or that the person was murdered or killed. We're just going to call it a death. Oh, somebody died over here in this column over here.
It was like the COVID thing. Did you die with COVID or from COVID?
Or because of it.
Or because
exactly.
of it, right?
Yep.
So I get you. Yeah. manipulating data.
Bunch of weasels.
That's what we do here. I'm kidding. So the tragic terrorist attack in Sydney, Australia, in Bondi Beach. Yes. 16 people killed. I think one was including the gunman, so 15 innocent people. And then 40 injured, I believe is what they said. So, a lot has been said on Australia's strict gun control laws. I believe I, in error, said yesterday that it was a voluntary buyback program. I didn't mean that. I meant it was mandatory.
Oh, it was mandatory after
100%.
the massacre in '96.
If I said voluntary, I didn't mean that. I meant it was definitely mandatory. So what did the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, take away from this? They actually need stricter gun laws.
Mm-hmm.
Stricter gun laws. That was his takeaway from this. Roll this.
The government is prepared to take whatever action is necessary. Included in that is the need for tougher gun laws. And this afternoon at 4 o'clock I will put on the agenda of the National Cabinet tougher gun laws, including limits on the number of guns that can be used or licensed by individuals. A review of licences over a period of time. People's circumstances change. People can be radicalised over a period of time. Licences should not be in perpetuity. And checks, of course, making sure that those checks and balances are in place as well. I'll take to National Cabinet this afternoon a proposal to empower agencies to examine what can be done in this area. Quite clearly, the Howard government's gun laws have made an enormous difference in Australia and are a proud moment of reform, quite rightly, achieved across the Parliament with bipartisan support. If we need to toughen these up, if there's anything we can do, I'm certainly up for it, and I hope to get National Cabinet on board for that this afternoon.
So I did a little research yesterday because I saw the Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr using his NBA press conference again yesterday to talk politics.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, and he's sitting there talking about more gun control in America for Brown. He's totally unaware of the 1996 mandatory gun buyback because 30 years later, did you know that after that mandatory gun buyback, firearm ownership and possession of guns has gone up 25%. So everything that idiot just said there is a lie. Mandatory gun buyback after the Port Arthur massacre in 1996. Approximately 3.2 million owners of firearms in Australia. Now, 29 years later, that number from 3.2 million has gone up to 4 million. Again, these mandates and these bans, they don't work in any aspect. Try to ban the cell phone from your kid, what's he going to do? He's going to find a way to get one, come hook or crook. Same thing with guns. Don't work. They don't want to address the issue. It's mental health.
Well, in this case, it's also allowing a whole bunch of people into your country and ignoring the fact that they're getting indoctrinated, whether or not they're coming into the country legally or illegal or whatever. Mm-hmm. Houston, we have a problem. I mean, we have a problem in some of the Scandinavian countries. We have a problem in Australia. We have a problem in Ireland. We have a problem across Europe, and nobody wants to talk about it. Yep. And so in this case, I will just say this. When you think about the National Guardsmen, the attack in Syria, when you look at Bondi Beach, when you look at what happened in California, I just think that what we have to look at is the root of this. And is it rooted somehow with what happened over the summer with going after Iran? In other words, what is happening here? And then if you look at Iran and what happened last week with the Venezuelan tanker ship, the vessel that was headed to Iran, bringing them oil and resources and energy. And so I'm just saying, who is behind all of this? Because I know that it's coordinated with Hanukkah. I get that. But at the same time, I also feel like I'm sure that the U.S. military, the intelligence community is looking at this as zooming out the big picture with who's really indoctrinating these people, who's going after these people. You know, the 4 people arrested, how long has that been in the works? It's obviously not just coming up. Suddenly they've been planning that for what, 6 months to a year or something.
Right.
Well, you mentioned the Golden State Warriors coach Steve Kerr, again pleading for quote common sense gun control, whatever that means. This was in reference, I think, to the Brown University shooting. Roll this.
You know, these shootings continue to happen, and there is something we can do about it. It's human nature just to think, you know, this is so horrible, let's just not even think about it. But we have to think about it, you know, and the vast majority of gun owners in this country are responsible, law-abiding citizens. They have every right, you know, to own a gun. But it's on us to decide if we actually want to take action, you know, as a country, as citizens. We know that there are common sense measures we can take that will save people's lives. And I just want people out there, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican or gun owner, non-gun owner, I just want people thinking, what if it were my child? What if it were my brother or sister? Would you be willing to stand up to your representatives and say, you know what, enough. I'm not going to vote for you unless you are going to stand up for gun violence prevention through common sense laws that the vast majority of Americans agree on? Or are we just going to continue to let the gun lobby? Don't just look the other way, even though that's human nature and I understand it. Think about, do you want something done? Do you want your child to go to school terrified every day? Or do you want to actually take action? Because that's what a democracy is about, where we demand that our representatives protect us. And that option is there. So we can either just do what we're continuing to do and let these things happen, or make some demands. And so as you're thinking about this today, think about what if it were your own.
Hey, Steve, your team is currently 13-14, a game under 500. What's the common sense solution to get back to winning basketball games with Steph Curry?
Can you imagine if I was a player on that team or the owner and I saw him talking about this instead of the basketball games that he's paid to win? I'd be furious.
He's been doing it ever since Trump's been in office. He's a total, you know what. But again, he kind of already takes what my answer is and says it out loud. Most people that own guns are responsible gun owners. So, Steve, what is your common sense solution, and what do you want to upend about the Second Amendment, since most people go about having a firearm in a responsible adult manner? So you want to just change everything up for the select few? I mean, I know we have lots of gun violence. Dawn talks about it in the news in Philadelphia. But what's your solution to it? To me, it's, again, mental health. I've never seen a firearm shoot somebody without a person. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. You put the Second Amendment right up there with the First Amendment with me. And I say that as somebody that still does not even own a firearm. But these people that just want to take away what you have been afforded in the Constitution, I mean, my God. And I don't know how you live in Australia. They don't even have a Second Amendment there.
No, but the officials have to say something, and they have to blame something. And so they're going to blame an inanimate object. They're going to blame a gun and not blame the fact that you have a father and son duo, a 24-year-old and a 50-year-old, and that somehow, and the other piece of it, and that has come out, that since 2019 they were on a watch list, yet they let dad have all these firearms when they supposedly have the strictest gun laws in the world, so it just shows you they're not even good at their gun laws.
You said this yesterday, Dawn. How do they get the guns?
So I guess they have to go through like a very strict process for hunting and so on and so forth. But this guy, I believe his son, but this guy, they've been on a watch list for like 6 years. Why would you? So if you have the strictest policy, and you could confiscate them because you know the dudes are on your watch list, at the very least watch them, number one. But number two, why don't you, under your own policies, take them away? Why? Because they're Muslim. And they're being politically correct. That's why. That's the only explanation. If they were a regular, like, Crocodile Dundee white dude, Crocodile Dundee would have had his guns taken away.
If that was Steve Irwin, man.
Oh, out.
Yeah. Stop drinking all those Fosters and, police your own country. By the way, I saw this online, so I take it with a grain of salt, but like I saw some pictures of some of the cops that were kind of just like scrambling around, had no idea what to do for this, and it infuriates me because I see, today as police officer Andy Chan is being laid to rest. Yeah. Starting actually, it's underway now for the
public viewing.
The public viewing just started at 8 a.m. And you see these guys who give in our country, in our city, that give up their lives for this and for the freedom that we all cherish and love every day. And then you see other countries and how their cops are just kind of like, they're just like, they have no idea how to handle any of this. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
To your point, there were reports, and I haven't been able to confirm this, there were reports that not all of the cops, those 4 originally on the scene, even had a sidearm, even had a firearm. Not all the cops in Australia are armed.
Yes.
With a firearm.
Well,
is that really?
I didn't see when and let me pull the photo. We can get to it after the break, but I saw a photo, and to your point on, I didn't see any firearms on these women.
So they're basically security guards.
Or social workers.
These women police officers. There were 2 women there that were scrambling around and didn't know what to do.
Didn't have allegedly did not have a firearm.
Women. Sorry.
And look, there are a lot of bad A women who we know in law enforcement who are awesome. No, I just mean in law enforcement, in the military, who are awesome, and that's an insult to them, right?
Yeah.
There are a lot of good people on the job in the military and law enforcement. Why insult them with DEI hires?
I will have this photo when we get back. Nick, talk to us about Omaha Steaks. By the way, I have to. When's the last? I have to order this for my dad. When's the last day?
I believe the 23rd.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have. Look at my
like 7 days, maybe.
7 days.
You have a week, okay. And that includes all of you out there in Radio Land as well. Omaha Steaks, and it's perfect whether you're hosting and entertaining or you're gifting. You've gone through all of the rigors of the annual Christmas rush. You've probably struggling for ideas like, what's the new cool thing? What's a unique opportunity? Blah, 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 blah. How about this? Beef. How about red meat? Especially for the guys in your life. Women, too. Women love steak. From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience, and you know exactly what you're getting or you're gifting. It's USDA certified tender steaks, it's premium proteins, elegant sides, and decadent desserts. And you can shop this season's top gourmet gifts at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with the code Nick at checkout. Use promo code Nick when you check out. $35 off. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite backed by their 100% guarantee. Grass-fed, grain-finished beef has more marbling for exceptional flavor, and you can take advantage of it today because, after all, Omaha Steaks, right there in the heartland, it's America's original butcher, and they've been doing it for 108 years. You don't last a century plus if you're not great. Since 1917, Omaha Steaks, the destination for the best cuts, strip steaks, ribeyes. We did the filet mignon wrapped in bacon to die for. omahasteaks.com. Use promo code Nick for $35 at checkout.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, 8:34, Kayal and Company on a busy Tuesday morning. The cut sheet continues, but before that, we welcome in Inbox 4, freshly activated, the great Matt Rooney.
Hello, Rooney Tuesday. Here on Kayal and Company, coming from the Schuylkill River, will he bring us food free?
No.
Rooney, calm down. Rooney.
Dawn had to take off her headphones for that.
That was pretty bad by Jimmy Kelly, but funny as well. What's up, Rooney?
I think it's appropriately bad for me.
Agreed. That's what makes it
my
funny.
My theme song should be a little off key.
I agree. That's what makes it funny.
Yeah.
If it was actually done by a actual professional, it wouldn't have as much oomph. You know what I mean?
Rooney, if you could, lift your head up. Hold your head up very high. You go and go T on me.
It's more laziness than design, Nick.
Okay. I like it.
Very nice.
It's been a week, and I mean, you guys could back me up. You're all parents. That extra 10 minutes it takes to get rid of this in the morning, it just isn't always in the time budget.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Did you guys have a 2-hour? Did you guys have a 2-hour delay yesterday?
Yes,
Yeah,
I still am trying to
ridiculous.
figure out why.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Why?
I mean, I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. They spend their time kind of duck walking around the house anyway.
Yeah.
Kids always walk silly.
Yes.
And that's all you need to do to get there on time. So
By the
I
way,
guess it's lawyers.
By the way, Rooney, I read a story this morning. It was the first story that I read was that they're saying now that smartwatches, toddlers who wear smartwatches, you can determine when they're about to throw a tantrum because their heart rate rises and all that stuff, and then you can step in and calm them down before they even get to that tantrum level. Wouldn't that, as somebody who, you and I have kids around the same age, wouldn't that be amazing?
Rooney just bought 2 on Amazon.
I was just gonna say, I'll be right back. Did I miss the Black Friday sales? How do you calm them down? How do you preempt it? Do you sedate them? That's my question.
You slowly take your belt off.
Well, no, you go over there and you try and diffuse the situation, as they're ramping up, I guess is what they're saying. This was this study came out of the Mayo Clinic, JAMA. Like this isn't just some study finds thing that is good for talk radio.
Yeah,
this is actual clinical study about this. So
this is real science, folks.
Real
not
science.
The 76 gender variety.
And not weird science either.
Not weird science. Real science.
You know what I'm
real
saying?
science. All right, since you're here, Rooney, Dawn teased this earlier. We're going to play this now. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy on whether he is planning to run for president in 2028.
New Jersey.
This is cut 28, Phil. Roll this. Cut 28.
Are you going to run for president in 2028?
I haven't taken anything off the table, but I wouldn't, if you're a betting man, Bill, I wouldn't put a lot of money on that. We're going to take some time off, go off the grid for a few months, recharge, reload, and then we'll see where we go from there. I've loved public service. So has my wife. I'll be shocked if that's not part of our future.
He's going to go off the grid.
Dawn's right. In Italy.
Yeah.
He's going off the grid in Italy, in his villa in Italy, because he's a rich son of a bitch.
That's right.
Thank you. Sorry, Dawn and Matt. I didn't mean to step on you.
Oh yes, you need to apologize to me for calling Phil Murphy names. I wish we could have gotten him a watch that he could have worn for 8 years that triggered stupid ideas, so we could have intervened before they.
Phil Murphy's thinking again.
What are we?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So
smell burning.
So
we
what
didn't need a watch. All he had to do was start opening his mouth and talking. We knew.
Exactly. With those glasses too.
Dude, what would his national appeal be? I mean, if Shapiro's polling at 4 or 6%, Phil Murphy's got to be at 1.
That was my question for the Save Jersey guy who follows this very closely. What do you think, Matt Rooney, or what do you think Phil Murphy's national appeal is, Matt Rooney?
I think it's non-existent.
Yeah.
Right? Now, on the one hand, if 2026 is anything like 2025, you could probably put a D at the end of a corpse's name and run it in some of these places and still find a way to get across the finish line.
Yeah.
So never say never. But that's not where Democrats are going right now, right? I mean, he's an older, rich, white guy. It seems like the future is vapid limousine liberal women that are only really good at one thing, insider trading. And they've got plenty of them on the bench, right? We don't need to name names. We know who they are. So I think he missed his moment. And the biggest problem for Phil Murphy, all kidding aside, is that he very much was defined by his response to COVID, which is no longer popular. In the middle of COVID, when he was on TV every day, there was a sense that he and Cuomo and a couple others had a handle on the whole thing. But now that the dust has settled, the nursing homes have been emptied, we know better. So he's not going anywhere. Maybe he'll end up with an ambassadorship again.
Rooney, let me just quickly, since we're on New Jersey as a general topic here, let me hit you with this story. I want to get your thoughts on this. So this was 3 days ago from NJ.com. The New Jersey plastic utensil ban is advancing in the state Senate committee. So they've already banned plastic bags, and now New Jersey's aiming again at your utensils for takeout off of menus. Legislation that would ban single-use utensils at restaurants in the state advanced in an 8-3 vote in the state Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee this week. The bill is S3195. Just generally speaking, why is New Jersey so anti-convenience for its customers?
Why are they so anti-convenience for everyone that lives here in every context, right? I mean, there's no way in which they try to make our lives cheaper, easier, no matter what we're talking about here in New Jersey. The reality is you've got some radical environmentalists who are in power in Trenton. They just gained seats in the last election. This is the same crew that was trying to put those pinwheels off the coast of New Jersey that killed Flipper's parents but didn't accomplish anything to make anybody's energy any cheaper. They already got rid of single-use plastic bags and paper bags. Sometimes I think they're just trying to make us miserable, but they actually do believe this stuff. They think that if too many plastic straws get dropped in the park, Mother Gaia is going to die or become enraged and turn against us like that M. Night Shyamalan movie. Do you remember the one where everybody like inhales pollen and lays down in front of lawnmowers?
Yes.
I guess that's what they believe. But the problem is there's a cost with all of this, right? Like, yes, it's inconvenient. It's also making our lives more expensive. This is an inconvenient example. All of the electrification mandates, Phil Murphy's energy master plan. It's one of the many reasons why no one can afford to retire here, raise kids here anymore.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I go to a local Chinese spot in New Jersey. I get my General Tso's chicken, some egg rolls to go. I want to have that little plastic thing, that little plastic wrapper with the napkin and the plastic fork and the little salt and pepper packet inside, and go home and gorge myself with bad food. Can't do it. It still is one of the biggest culture shocks. I don't know that I'll ever get used to it. It's happening in Pennsylvania. Whitpain Township, where I live in Bluebell, no more plastic bags. Paper bags, or you could purchase a cloth bag.
Oh, yeah. I was out of state recently, and I stopped to pick up some supplies, and they handed me a plastic bag, and I kind of cradled it, against my cheek because I missed them so damn much. Because I'm not that coordinated to begin with, and I'm always that guy that goes into the supermarket to get stuff and forgets to bring the last 6 bags that I had to purchase.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't work for me. I don't have that advanced planning ability.
Yeah.
But look, the question, though, of course, in the context of the last election, Nick and Greg and Dawn, is how much inconvenience is it going to take before my fellow residents in the Garden State finally say enough? I mean, Mikey Sherrill just ran to take on the big utility companies that are making our electric bills so awful. That's what she told us during the election. Guess who she just nominated as her attorney general? PSE&G's deputy counsel. So,
good luck, New Jersey.
I don't. Yeah, I just don't know what to say anymore. And you pay me to talk, Stalker, and I don't know what to say.
It's good. It's good. I like that. By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm not liking the like count today. And actually, Kayal, I blame you.
Yeah.
Because
I had an outburst today, Rudy.
It was disgraceful. I think that I think we don't have the likes on today's show because of you, Nick Hale. So,
and Dawn doesn't like me anymore. I'm dead.
That's
to
not true.
I'm dead to Dawn, too.
I
So it's the likes on YouTube. I've lost a lot today. I'm going to have to go home and have a meeting with myself. And
you should.
Unwind out of her
you should.
A vodka club.
You should. She never said she doesn't like you. She just said she just said she's disappointed. She never said.
No,
wait,
she didn't
wait,
say
did
that.
you hear what she said?
She's just never going to forget.
She's like I never said it. It's not that I don't think it.
Sometimes
I never said it.
I'm going to give Dawn a big hug during the break. I'm going to go right in there and give her a bear hug behind her chair.
And get her sick again?
And then get sent to HR.
Sometimes the best thing to do for the women in our life, Nick, is a gift. So how about some plastic utensils for Dawn? Perhaps in her favorite color.
Dawn wants to put a plastic bag over my head right now and just tighten it.
No, speaking of that, like in Europe at least,
you
know what they have? These little wooden like spoons and forks.
Yeah.
That they give out. You know, like the old school ice cream.
Yep.
It's a little cup with the wooden spoon, but they have like little carved out forks and stuff like that. So they don't do plastic, but they have these little wooden things that are easily recyclable that are pretty cool.
They look like the tongue thing that the doctor sticks in your mouth.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
You scrape the water ice
That's
with
what
them.
they use across Europe.
Yeah, I love those things.
So
meanwhile, we're stuck with these things. Have you
see.
got one of these from Starbucks or anywhere else?
Look at this. I thought only Ferris brought props.
I don't even know.
straw.
I don't even know what this thing is made of, but I'm always accidentally breaking it. I nearly choked on one the other day, which probably doesn't speak very well of
not
my
good.
intelligence. But yeah, I mean, this is what I tried to vote against. But
Is that the quasi paper straw?
No.
Yes.
Oh, is it paper?
Is it?
Oh.
Yeah, it's not plastic. I could tell you
Yeah.
that much because plastic doesn't break like this.
Yeah.
That's why BYOS. This is my own plastic straw that I bring from home.
You can tell when Dawn's annoyed because she starts chewing on the straw. Just watch the YouTube video and watch her chew on the straw.
Yeah.
Then you know she's about to blow up at something.
That's the Dawn meter when her heart starts to rise. No app required.
By the way, Nick, Dawn and I have had a couple dust ups and we're fine. So just relax. Everything's fine.
I wasn't really concerned. I was just playing radio.
Okay.
Actually,
you hear that?
I am concerned. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm concerned. I'll think about
He's
it.
so scared right now. He doesn't know what to do.
I don't.
Should he be concerned, Dawn?
Yes.
Well, as I said earlier, my Swedish grandmother always said, and she was serious, she had a very long fuse. Because on the Scandinavian side, we don't have tempers or we don't get angry, but we always get even.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, maybe that's why you guys live so long. You guys don't really blow gaskets.
No.
Should Nick be concerned? Yes or no?
Yes, poll question.
Poll question. It's okay.
Just leave it like that. Should Nick be concerned?
I just voted yes.
Yeah, I'm voting yes right now too.
See, this is because you were talking about DEI and road work. John, I saw what you put on there about women in certain professions. What women are the best at,
we're gonna get to that.
Hands down, is slow torture.
Not
we
being police
torture you.
officers.
Well, yeah, that's. But we know how to torture you.
Yeah.
Especially the men who the men in our lives. We actually know how to torture you effectively and slowly.
A lot of good social media comments coming in. Murph's mom says, "Love Tuesdays with Rooney." Deb says,
"Love you too, bud."
Deb says, "I kept turning the show off today because of Nick."
Yeah, me too.
And
me too.
Mark says, "Nick's definitely an a-hole, but you know what? He's our a-hole."
That's right.
Look, we know Nick spikes the football. That's what he does. Dawn and I don't spike the football.
Okay.
I have a short fuse, and I yell sometimes. I don't mean it. Nick spikes the football. He doesn't really actually mean it. He's actually a very humble guy if you actually meet him.
I am.
Really, you are.
I am.
You
I tell my wife all the time. She's like, I'm really a nice guy. It's just you that.
Rick Rivera says there should be a hell yes option on this poll.
Yeah.
By the way, can I just play? So where I was going on this was that I'm not liking the likes. So Nick, turn your camera off because nobody wants to see you.
Yeah, fade me out.
And
actually,
it should just be.
Phil,
It should just
my
be.
box.
It's gonna be Matt Rooney, Dawn Stensland, and Greg Soccer right now.
4 bucks.
So everybody can go over to YouTube. And hit that like button, hit that thumbs up button, please. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Phil's really going to make my box go dark in a second. Watch this.
Vote on today's poll question. Should Nick be concerned? Yes or no?
Should Nick be taken out of box one?
Look. I think we're gonna have a meeting. I think 2026 is gonna
look
bring
at
some...
YouTube. I've never looked better. I'm like a COVID box. I got the black warning
Turn the lights
on it.
out.
Actually, Phil. Let's do this. Let's put two boxes of Dawn.
Yes. Yeah, can we double Dawn up?
Yes.
Double Dawn up. YouTube.com. I don't care that this is not interesting for the radio audience. This is interesting to me, and that's all that matters. There we go. Double Dawn.
Look at that.
Double Dawn.
Actually,
twins, Basil.
Actually, let's do this. Take me and Rooney out.
No.
Put Dawn in
No.
all 4 boxes. There we go.
It's the Stensland quad box.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I got it. There was a Facebook comment the other day that said, Nick, I need to fire you and give Dawn 6 hours.
Yeah.
So Dawn already has 6 hours.
Yeah.
No, I think he said give you an effing raise. So
Oh, that'd be good. Is that my husband?
There we go. Look at this.
All
Dawn. Look
all Dawn, all the time. 1210
Greg,
WDAN.
Did you guys say something? I'm looking at the Dawn box.
All right, so now we just got to mute. I think we should put Stalker back in because Stalker, for the ladies out there, is apparently aesthetically pleasing with the golden
Blue
blonde.
eyes, beautiful hair.
So maybe we could just mute Stalker's mic, but leave him in a box, and then
objectify him.
Jim Kelly, I need you in here really quickly because something is wrong with my board. But can we put up? All right, thank you for that. The Dawn Stensland show right now. That's amazing. It's amazing, by the way.
It's unbelievable.
YouTube.com.
I didn't think Phil had the ability to do all that.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I love that.
He did that quicker than when you asked him to go to cut 35 and he's farting around back there.
100% because he agrees with me. Look at this. It's Nick. It's Dawn in these boxes here. I need that here.
Yeah. He needs that there.
One of the boxes should be all of us dressed up at the Piazza event in Springfield in our costumes.
Yes.
By the way, I did come home Friday because I wore the costume the second time, and my husband was taking a nap, and he wakes up and he goes, "Oh, you dressed up? Is that for me?"
Whoa! Oh man!
I was like,
nice try, Larry.
Yeah, it's like no, it's not for you. I just came from the fundraiser.
You should say it was for the other men in your life.
It was, yeah, that's right. The Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundations. Not for you.
Only if you go out there and cut the grass, Larry.
All right, so go hit that thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button and vote on today's poll. Should Nick be concerned? This is what I was referencing before in Australia. Now, Dawn, hold on to your vest there because these are the 2 women, the police officers who look like they don't know what the hell they're doing. As an active shooter, as active shooters are happening. This is 41, I think it is, Phil. Yeah, look at this. You see this? Like, what are we like? There's one hiding behind a car. What are we doing here?
Wearing gloves?
Does she have a sidearm?
I don't. It doesn't look like there's one there. They have bulletproof vests on, but I don't see a sidearm. Am I missing something, guys?
If that's true, that's embarrassing.
That was being reported yesterday that they're not allowed. They're not issued. They're not allowed.
Who the hell would sign up for that job?
Exactly.
Isn't half the battle of being a cop getting to carry a gun?
Yeah.
At least it was when I was growing up.
Thank you, Jimmy Kelly.
I mean, look at this. I mean, she's got tactical gear on, but no gun?
Yeah.
What a low-energy country and continent.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I don't know. This is... look.
No way I would let my wife do that, by the way. Like, my wife was a social worker for 16 years, and if she was still in that profession and they were getting rid of cops and sending out social workers and she was asked to do that, I'd say you quit right now.
By the way, that woman cop right there who has her hands up looks like my wife when I don't take the trash out.
She throws her hands up?
Yeah, exactly.
You know it's Tuesday night.
Yeah, throwing her hands up, scolding me for something. The women in my life always scold me.
Do we have less respect now for Australia than we do, like, France or Canada?
Well, no, because France, they're surrender monkeys, and the Swiss I have no respect for because they were neutral during World War II. You know, they were neutral, and then they looted all the gold and everything from the corpses of the dead Holocaust the Holocaust victims. So no, I have no need for the Swiss or the French. I think they're both hideous countries, and I think we should ban them both.
All right, Canada or Australia?
I would still have to go with Australia, I think, because Canada's a weak nation too.
Yeah, we should make Australia the 52nd state.
Australia doesn't fight. You know, there's like 700 people there. They're like they don't fight wars. They don't really do anything. You know what I mean? So, I mean, what they do in their country and who they allow in, that's up to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's not for us to That's not for us to fight over.
Yeah.
You know what is for us to fight over? Piazza Honda. Piazza Dawn Stensland.
Yes, Piazza, because we're broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios, Piazza Premium Automobiles, and you've heard us talk about Piazza. And for those of you, by the way, who joined us when we were in our costumes at the Piazza Honda Springfield, what a blast that one was.
Nick got Dawn sick.
Yeah, right? But only for 48 hours, right? It's that time of year. Happy Honda days.
You called it. You said that day. You were like, he's gonna get me sick.
I know.
Then
When you have a fever, you're carrying it.
I tried to stay home, Dawn. Greg wouldn't let me.
Let's talk about Happy Honda days. Get clearance deals on select 2025 models. Piazza Honda, like 0.99%, 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease the new Honda Accord for $229 a month. Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. There are some incredible deals right now at the end of the year, so you want to take advantage of this. By the way, my little sporty Herv, the HRV Honda, it handled so well and is handling well on the icy streets of Philadelphia. Hurry in, seriously. Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield. Experience the wonder of Happy Honda days while the clearance deals do last. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com. Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio.
See representative for warranty details.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
9:01, fourth and final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. Box 4 occupied by Matt Rooney. But at any moment, it could be occupied by Dawn. Box 3 could be occupied by Dawn. Box 1 could be occupied by Dawn. As we continue, Cut Sheet rolls on. Fight Club coming up at 9:10. And by the way, too, they're also showing the new video surveillance of the alleged suspect in Providence, Rhode Island. I mean, we've talked about the description, black hat, black sweatshirt or jacket, black pants, black mask. It looks like he either has something on the front of his jacket or he's just a real sloppy fat dude with a big gut. I mean, he looks like somebody that should be like working in a parking garage. And the way he's walking around. And now there's also people that are trying to connect the dots, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but he is seen with his hands behind his back as he's pacing. And people say, in light of what the allegations are, that he allegedly said, Allahu Akbar, that is a Middle Eastern custom where men, when they're kind of pacing and standing around, wrap their hands around the back of their body. I didn't know that, but just trying to connect the dots here as they look for the suspect. Interesting.
We also have some new jobs numbers, just a headline, 64,000 jobs added. So it's one of the headlines.
For
the
November?
Jobs numbers finally came out.
Okay. That's November?
November.
Yeah.
Okay.
What were we going to say, Rooney?
Sorry.
This guy is pretty portly.
He is, right?
And I think it's really a great country where our Islamic extremists are this well fed. they whenever you see them overseas, they're gaunt. They look like they haven't had a good meal in years. So once again, they hate what's good for them.
Amen to that. By the way, I just wanted to play this. This is this morning on Sirius XM radio. Howard Stern said that he is, for all the people that danced on his grave and said,
I am woke, mother.
He's
love it.
He's done. He's gone. He's been canceled. This Trump hating didn't work out for him. Blah 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 blah. He announced that he just signed a new 3-year deal with Sirius XM. Yeah. So that whole news cycle, remember that news cycle, guys, where we talked about Howard Stern?
I'm tired of I can't wait to get over that news cycle. I'm tired of that.
And how he's woke now. Nobody listens to him, and he's not worth that money. And Sirius XM is not going to pay him. Well, they paid him enough for 3 years. Roll this.
I'm happy to announce that I figured out a way to have it all. More free time and continuing to be on the radio. So yes, we are coming back for 3 years.
For 1 day a week.
3 years with more free time. Yeah. So
this is the Rachel Maddow plan.
Think about this, guys. Think about this. He already works 3 days a week. He gets 30 weeks of vacation, 3 hours a day.
He gets 30 weeks?
30 weeks of vacation, yeah.
There's only 52 in a year.
Amazing.
It really is.
So
just amazing.
You know what it is, though.
They paid him a boatload of money for those 3 years.
He's the only reason satellite ever existed in the first place.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, him and Mad Dog Russo for sports. I mean, those are the only two things that really launched. Nobody's listening like the 80s on 8. Who the hell listens to that crap?
I like it. I like the 80s on 8. I actually like. Yes. Thank you, Matt Rooney. I actually like, and I shouldn't say this, but me, I could give two flying Fs about anything.
Oh, look at this, Howard Stern. He was giving also significant credit and recognition to his longtime co-host Robin Quivers for her integral role in the success and dynamics of his show.
I'm coming in there to give you a hug
publicly
right
acknowledged
now.
her importance on numerous occasions.
You were more. You know what? I'll take it a step further. You are way more talented than Robin Quivers. And Stalker, you're no Jackie the Joke Man.
Jackie the Joke Man. How dare you?
Or whatever.
Are
you Baba Booey?
No, what? How dare you?
Who are you? Who are you?
That's the sound of.
Yeah.
If this was the Stern Show, who would you be?
This isn't the Stern Show, and I'm not anybody. I'm me. I'm Greg Stalker. Thank you.
He's the brand.
Yeah. It was very nice. It was very nice, Dawn, that he gave credit to his longtime cohort, who's also been stealing money, from the company for years.
Yeah.
By the way, Matt Rooney's son just made an appearance.
No way.
What's up, dude?
Put him on the air.
Look how adorable he is. Oh my God.
Rooney, give him your cans.
Dude, he looks just like you.
Boy.
Yeah.
He does, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not everyone could be so lucky.
Rooney, what's his name?
Do you want a goatee? Do you want to grow a goatee like Daddy on my face?
Look at this. This is great.
He's completely stunned. I think he did not realize that this was on air.
Is he aware that you're his father?
It's Matt.
We're waiting a few years to get into that.
Matt Rooney, I'm not telling you how to do your
here it comes.
your parenting, but it's 9:06. Shouldn't the boy be in school?
He's a little under the weather today.
Okay. All right. I got you.
He's got a 24-hour delay.
He's got a 24-hour delay. Yesterday was a 2-hour delay. Now it's a 24-hour delay.
So you'll be coming down with that in the next few days, right? Whatever.
Oh yes, 100%. Yeah, by next Wednesday. I mean, I'll lose some weight. I'll be about half the size of the brown shooter by the next time you see me.
So what is
I catch everything comes down the pike.
Does your kid want to be a lawyer and yell at people in court like you do?
Do you want to be a lawyer like Daddy when you grow up? Yeah. You used to say a scientist, which is a lot more useful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, don't be a lawyer because lawyers are bottom feeders.
But they always win.
Teddy, would you wear a watch that lets us know when you're angry or sad? You would wear that?
That's awesome.
Oh.
Well, there we go. We're gonna get one for you and one for Uncle Greg here.
Yeah.
So we know when both of you are feeling a little cranky.
Yeah.
Hey, Teddy, repeat after me. Lawyers are bottom feeders. No, I'm just kidding.
Did you say lawyers are bottom feeders? Don't say that. I feed you.
Yeah.
His name's Teddy. I like that.
Can I?
It was the only Republican president name my wife would go with. I laid them all down on the table. Donald John Rooney was out.
Donald John Rooney.
Yeah.
DJR.
DJR. It's a great name. Imagine that on a bath towel. Solid. Oh, you took a picture? That's awesome.
Oh.
You could have named him Ron, like Ron DeSantis. You'd be Ron Rooney.
I could have.
It'd be double R.
Can I?
Could have named you Ronald.
Can I say this? Can I? You don't want little Teddy to see Fight Club, do you? Because that's coming up.
No, probably not, buddy. You should probably go downstairs.
This is adults are speaking.
Teddy, what are your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett?
What does he want for Christmas from Santa?
He probably would have some thoughts on Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
Go downstairs, buddy. I'll come down in a bit.
And close the door.
Before we get
This is why this show is so special, because it could be so wholesome and family-like, and now we're about to just dive into the sewer together.
Right.
Well,
Stalker
what
throws
other
a grenade
program
into
can
it.
do that?
Right.
Before we do that, can I let's go to 29 here. This man explains why the famous Christmas song Jingle Bells is racist. Did you guys know Jingle Bells is racist?
I always had a sneaky suspicion.
Roll this.
So, on a one-horse open sleigh, did you know the real Jingle Bells was not about bells? It was about slave escaping. Did you know that? So the original Jingle Bells was named One Horse Open Sleigh. It was written by this over here, James Pierpoint. And according to an academic paper, the Christmas carol Jingle Bells has racist origins. The song was first performed in blackface in a minstrel show in Boston in 1857. What is a minstrel show? Minstrel show is a popular form of entertainment in the 19th and 20th century which shows artists performing in blackface. Like this over here, where white people dressed up like black people and pretended they were stupid and lazy and did stupid things, and it was funny for them, you understand? Jingle Bells in particular was a funny one, but you had to do with slaves escaping. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Now you know.
Go yourself.
I just so two things about this that I love. I love this guy's explanation of it, and two, it's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Well, I guess B101's going to have to scratch that out of
Oh,
their
they will.
holiday playlist.
You know they will, right?
Yeah,
you know they
go
will.
down to a 17 share.
You know they will, right? Because it's because what
Wouldn't
was
want
it?
to offend anybody.
What was it, Don? A couple years ago, they tried to cancel "Baby It's Cold Outside," right?
Yes.
Because it was
sexist or creepy or something.
It was like date rapey,
Yeah.
right?
It's date rapey and creepy, whatever. Now it's Jingle Bells.
Yep. See, this is why we can't have anything nice.
Imagine being a grown man and having that thought and posting that video publicly for the world to laugh at you.
Well, here's where this gets interesting, guys, because you know who? Not that video, but there's been stories written about this, and you know who retweeted it? Joy Reid.
What a shock!
So Joy Reid would like to let everybody know that Jingle Bells is racist. So
It was written by James Lord Pierpont in the 1850s, titled "The One Horse Open Sleigh," intended for Thanksgiving, not Christmas, celebrating the winter sleigh rides in Medford, Massachusetts. Later became a holiday staple.
So nothing about it being a slave song.
No.
Or a song about slaves.
Nope.
And people performed it in blackface and minstrel shows. Nothing
Nope.
about that, Don Sensen.
None of that.
Interesting.
It was Bing Crosby's version that was the famous one.
Of course.
They put it in Christmas time.
Yeah. But
I love the old Christmas classics with Bing and Dean Martin, Sinatra.
It was originally
I'm looking for
any sort of
White Christmas is pretty problematic. Right?
I agree.
Well, that's next. That's next, guys.
romantic sleigh rides.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are they date rapey?
I'm dreaming of a White Christmas.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty white supremacy to me.
It does. It does. All right, guys. It is that time. Speaking of Christmas, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you want to get on over there right now to watch today's
Kayal and Company Holiday Fight Club, where we know everybody's sticking their hand out waiting for a tip. Long lines at the mall. And now, Greg Stocker yelling at listeners to get off his YouTube equal fights. And fights equal holiday ratings.
Get off my YouTube chat. YouTube.com. Get off my YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Get off. Today's is local. Technically a local story, Don Stensland. Local. This is this happened on a Philadelphia SEPTA train. And we can tell because of the hideous orange seats.
My God, what year is that from?
All right, local. No bias because it's local. We judge fights. We don't judge them on the content of the character. We don't judge them on the color of the skin. We judge the content of the character. So nothing about it being local should sway our thoughts on if this is a good fight or not. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. All right, let's roll this.
That's a hit.
Top one. It's twice.
Wow. Well, people on both sides just sitting there.
Look at this. Oh, man.
That's a left cross that is. Nice Timberlands.
Oh, again. Wow.
Again.
You like these people just like walking up and try.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
All right,
Okay, I
that's
guess we'll
enough.
try.
He lost.
Yep.
Get it up.
Yeah.
Break it up. Here's your exit. By the way, too, I love the lady. Come on. We criticize for the filming culture that we live in.
Yeah.
But if we didn't have filming culture, we wouldn't have Fight Club.
It's true.
So we can't really criticize. Now, here's why he lost the fight.
Yeah.
The Timberlands are not tied. You see that right there? You see the tongue flapping around?
That's the look,
The
though.
laces are on. Yeah, but it's not good for fights. You don't have good lower balance.
True.
You know?
He could have used the Timberlands to like kick, because a lot of those Timberlands are steel-toed, aren't they?
Steel-toed.
Yeah.
Maybe the fake ones.
Yeah. Those used to go for $129 back when I was working at Foot Locker in college. They must be close to $200 with inflation.
Pat on the YouTube chat says this is just wrestling. Yeah, it's
wrestling.
It's not. Is it a fight or is it wrestling?
Oh, I don't know. I saw a lot of punches.
Scoutmaster Troop says that wasn't a fight; it was an assault. Well, some of them are assaults. We don't judge these by, like, we're not saying any of these are morally good.
Maybe we should get Ellie Honig on to give us the legal definition as to whether or not this is assault or just a scuffle. Rooney, put your lawyer hat on. Is that assault, simple assault, aggravated assault, assault with a deadly weapon? How would you codify this in the penal code?
Well, it's not ag assault unless knockoff Timberlands that are not tied are considered a weapon. I think it became an assault when it stopped being a fight.
Yes.
Right? When he's already on the ground, you just start punching him in the face, disproportionate use of force, crime.
Agreed.
But isn't it technically assault the moment you touch him?
You can use, at least in Jersey, right? You can use mutual fighting as a defense. But it's when the proportionality is no longer there, right?
Okay.
So if Nick and I are kind of rolling on the ground, look like those guys were having a tickle fight, but then all of a sudden I grab one of those hideous orange seats off of the SEPTA train and then smash him over the head, I've escalated.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like if Dawn's on top of me and she's just repeatedly punching me in the face for being a jerk on the radio, exactly.
Well, no, that's what we call ratings. I would pay to watch.
Well, hey, look, if it'll get us an 18 share, she could do it.
I would hate to be Dawn's husband because she's really good at this. She's really good at this. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to go vote. Dawn, you know what these two people needed here? They needed a day at a spa. Yes. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon.
Yes.
Maybe they could have made up there.
Yes, maybe so. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping this year. Visit their locations in either Glen Mills or Springfield, or you can always go online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available, josephanthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring us here. We all need a spa day, a retreat, if you will. So josephanthony.com, great local company.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgated holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. You can save $3 on 1.7-liter bottles of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, along with Tennessee Honey and Fire. Also take advantage of additional holiday savings with $2 off Gentleman Jack 750s and the new Jack Daniel's Coca-Cola Variety 6-pack of ready-made drink cocktails in a can. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores this holiday season. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time. If you haven't made a dentist appointment this year, you still have this month to schedule an appointment with my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Why Dr. Mike, you ask? He's the best. For over 12 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dentistry. That's right. He treats other doctors. He's the expert the experts call to handle the complex dental surgeries and procedures. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health, that's his top priority. So make your appointment and get your free dental implant consultation today. If you've already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. And don't forget, as the year's almost over, check your remaining benefits. You could have benefits ready to expire that you can use towards your dental procedure. 856-786-2020. VeneriaDental.com. VANARIA, my buddy, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:23, Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning, just about 20 minutes away from another episode of What Occurred Today in Music History, courtesy of Phil Almquist, as we wind it down with Matt Rooney joining us today, as he does every Tuesday at 8:30, this time via Box 4 with Teddy, coming and going as he pleases.
Teddy
Hookie. He's playing hooky today, folks, and Superintendent Stalker called him out for it.
I just checked in on him. He wanted another waffle.
Oh.
And he said, "Why are you talking to three people?" I said, "Dude, you weren't talking to three people. You were talking to thousands of people." His eyes are as wide as dinner plates.
Talking to three people. This isn't the Chris Cuomo show.
This isn't the Matt Rooney show on Saturday nights.
Hey,
this is a real program.
By the way, speaking of shows, how about Katie Pavlich leaving Fox to get the 10 p.m. slot on News Nation, of all places, which will literally have an audience of three people, News Nation at 10 p.m. But good job out of her. Big payday. Nice work. Yeah. Now you have Barry Weiss at CBS, Katie Pavlich at News Nation, not to be confused with Newsmax, because they are not obviously.
Are you sure it
wasn't
Newsmax?
No, it's News Nation.
News Nation.
News Nation.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of a little turning of the tide, I think, in media journalism, where, hey, legacy places or left-leaning networks that are new, bringing in right-talking voices.
Dawn has said in the past that like these networks would be smart to poach some people from Fox News and Newsmax for some of their networks.
And she's sharp.
Yeah.
She is
Sure.
so sharp and so quick. She would have murdered Nick Kayal this morning.
Oh yes, well she has a hunting rifle. She would have taken me out at point blank range.
Man.
She's a real badass chick. I like her.
It's a little frosty in here this morning, Matt.
Tad bit, yeah.
I'm smiling. He's
no
like,
longer
what?
frosty. We're good.
I picked a good week to be remote. I'm not feeling the holiday spirit.
No.
The 7 o'clock hour was epic.
How much did she make? How much is she being paid? Are
That's a great question.
Speculating?
Got to be 7 figures.
So I'm guessing, knowing Fox the way I do, I'm guessing her deal, because she didn't have a show, but she did appearances, right? So she was probably getting, I don't know, maybe $500,000, maybe $300,000 to do all those appearances as a contributor. And
good life.
And then they probably, I don't know, like.
Well, she was also the editor of townhall.com.
What could News Nation pay? They could probably afford $1 million, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, this is the 10 p.m. slot. This is a huge time slot.
But here's the thing, Dawn, and I agree with you. But it's like Nick's right. I mean, they have 15 viewers. There's not a ton of viewing happening on News Nation.
But
right?
it's a major step for her career.
100%. I'm not downplaying it.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not downplaying. God, I feel like I'm tiptoeing around here. I'm not downplaying. All I'm saying is that I just feel like there's like you said, oh God, yeah, for $1 million. But do they have that money? I mean, there's not that many viewers. There can't be that many advertisers. You know what I mean?
I don't know. CNN exists. They have no viewers, but boy, they get a lot of pharma money.
That's right.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I think that let's see. I just see September numbers, but News Nation, I think that what they're looking at is like fastest growing, that sort of thing. But yeah, maybe 137,000 viewers typically throughout the day.
Oh my God.
It's amazing.
In a country of 340 million people.
That is, I'm sorry, that is obscene. That is obscene.
But what they're saying is they've grown their audience by 50%.
You know, we have more people listening to us on the app than they have. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
That is
I know you're not.
absurd.
Yep. That good life, man. A good life to be paid that way and not get any numbers. Amazing.
It's unbelievable.
Dawn and I are out putting her. Dawn and I put on. You see, I'm gonna make amends here. Nick, Dawn, and Greg just do this amazing radio show in the morning, and we get paid in ramen noodles. Unbelievable. Katie Pavlich will get $1 million a year to talk to her family.
Now, every now and then, Greg throws in a Chinese donut.
Well, but we don't get the plastic utensils.
It's true. It's true.
What they tout is their morning show so what they're saying is like their morning show has gone up 175%. So they're talking about the percentages.
What is their morning show? Do we know?
I've never seen it. I really haven't.
Yeah,
I mean, Cuomo, I guess part of this is who is she threatening as far as the 10 o'clock. You have Leland Vittert.
Yeah.
Never heard of that person.
Oh yeah,
Elizabeth Vargas and Cuomo.
Leland Vittert used to be on on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who got into a dust up with Zioli one time.
He was a jerk to Zioli. So
Really?
he's dead to me.
Oh, for God's sake.
So is he more dead to you than I am?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I feel a little better.
Man.
On the Leland scale.
On the Leland scale. On the Leland scale, Nick, you're only a 3.
Yeah. Oh my God.
All right.
That's terrible. That's the meanest thing that's been said today.
It's true.
Who's the chick that's dead to you on the West Coast that was always drinking all the wine or whatever?
Oh, Ann Coulter.
Coulter or Kayal?
No, Coulter.
Okay.
You haven't raised the Coulter level as yet.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, you're not to Coulter or Leland. Who names their kid Leland?
That's a bad job.
That's an awful name. Yeah, that's an awful name.
Guaranteed that kid was bullied. Right? It's a bad job out of the parents.
Yeah. Nick, Talk to us about Bucks County Estate Traders.
Rooney, I don't even know why we have you right now. We're just
sorry.
Yeah, I feel like I've taken away from the point of Matt today.
Sorry, Matt.
Not at all. This was all about getting Teddy his big break so he can get a News Nation show.
Yeah. Teddy and my daughter Mia, they're the future morning show on 96.5.
And you got a
mission
new,
accomplished.
And you got a new Attorney General, another Matt is out, right? Matt Platkin.
Another Matt is out. He will not be missed. I don't think who's coming in is necessarily going to be any better. But it's just a choice of horribles in New Jersey, Dawn. You know this.
Horrible.
Choice of horribles. Well said.
Remember him with Katie Brennan, how horrifying that was? You have to do like a worst of New Jersey, like take us through.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Katie Brennan.
You know what you can do that? You can do that, Matt Rooney, when you and Sean Farish host the New Year's Eve Day show on 1210 WPHT. You guys can do that then, right?
Or when you take over the morning show of Kayal and Company once I'm fired for being a jerk. Be a hell of a way to start the show. Our ratings bonanza.
It's just going to be Dawn frames and Sean doing impressions. That's all it's going to be.
Sure.
All right, as we continue with Rooney, let me tell you about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, where they want to take a moment to thank all of you. They're great customers. Many of you who showed up for our Veterans Day broadcast, you know how awesome Bucks County Estate Traders is. 16,000 square feet, 58,000 pieces of beautiful furniture, and they appreciate the people who value quality, real craftsmanship, real materials, and furniture that's built to last, not your mass-produced corporate box store garbage. These are standout pieces, solid wood, exceptional condition, and the kind of craftsmanship you do not get anymore in 2025. And whether you're finishing a home office, updating a dining room, or looking for that one piece that pulls a space together, they've got it all. And if you want furniture that makes an impact, something distinctive that sets your home apart, this is the place. Bucks County Estate Traders, where they take pride in helping their customers create spaces that they are proud of. Plus, their inventory, it's changing constantly, so every visit brings a fresh chance to find something truly one of a kind. So stop on out today. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield. Say hello to the owner, Matt Stanella, or check out their inventory online and find the piece that turns your house finally into a home. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Don't leave yourself off your holiday list. Receive the gift of 3% cash back on every purchase made this holiday season when using your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2026, earn 3% cash back on all purchases, from groceries, gas, and gifts to everything in between. Plus, get $150 bonus when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
This Christmas, unwrap the magic at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Discover diamonds that dazzle with the 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. And of course, there's the cozy difference, where every piece is a masterpiece. Make this holiday unforgettable with a gift from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Visit us online at cozyjewelers.com. Visit us today and let the 5 C's of cozy light up your Christmas.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, a couple of more minutes to go here on a Tuesday. Rooney with us in Box 4 as the cut sheet rolls on. Phil Almquist will have another dazzling rendition of what happened today in music history coming up right around 9:45. The Dawn Stensland Big 3 coming up, and, of course, the Dawn Show top of the hour.
Senator John Fetterman was on his favorite news channel, Newsmax, because if he's not on Newsmax, he's on Fox News, saying that anti-Semitism has been a rot within the American left and within my party. Wow.
I saw some numbers that his approval rating is higher with Republicans than Democrats. And it's all based on what he says versus how he actually votes. Which actually goes to show you that most people don't pay attention to how these people that we elect actually vote.
That's true.
Because he's voted against Trump like 96% of the time. Yet he says a few things that Republicans agree with, and his approval rating with Democrats is like 32%.
Well, I think the appeal for him is the fact that he calls out his own party. You know what I mean? And I think that there is, going back to an earlier conversation, not to bring anything like that back up, but again, I think there's an appeal to people who can genuinely, honestly call out
Well, that's what I do.
Their own party and the people that they vote for.
I mean, I vote with Trump on his policies 20 out of 22. I mean, you go through his 20-point agenda for 2024, I co-signed with every single one of them. But I'd call him out when I think he's out of line, and some people hate that and some appreciate it.
So that is what John Fetterman is doing. He votes with his party, but he calls out his party when he sees that they're not doing what he deems acceptable.
Must be a bald, bearded sweatshirt thing. I don't know.
Lazy. No, I'm just kidding.
Fetterman and I are just two slobs.
All right, roll this.
Mainstream outlets like the New York Times is constantly a strong anti-Israel views on those things, and other media as well, to call it what it is. And now here in my own party, I've been incredibly disappointed, and people are trying to pretend these kinds of words and terms like, from the river to the sea, or to globalize the intifada and all those other things. We all know what this means, and I refuse to pander to that. And now for me, it's been a rot, within the American left and within my party.
I mean, Rooney, let's call it what it is. What we saw in Australia is what the action looks like from the chant of globalize the intifada and all these dumb college kids that want to get behind it. It's like, dude, you do realize they want you dead, right? They don't think you should live the way you live in Western civilization. It's pretty simple.
Well,
to figure out.
That's always been the irony. The ones screaming the loudest in this country, Nick, for inclusion, tolerance of some of the individuals we're talking about are the first ones that would be killed, mutilated, oppressed in the event a caliphate ever set up here in the United States of America. I mean, do you think it's like fat conservative white guys that are going to be in the most trouble? No. We advocate against this stuff because we're trying to protect the discrete classes, the people that would be persecuted. But can I say something about Fetterman, too, for a minute here? Greg is 100% right in his analysis as to why he appeals to so many people, because he criticizes his own party. But honestly, who gives a damn, folks, right? Because he votes and caucuses with his party, so the end result is the same, right? You're criticizing the direction people like Kamala are taking the Democrat Party in this country in, and then he endorsed Kamala. So I get that it works rhetorically in the political arena, but it drives me crazy because it's clearly just performative. It's so disingenuous.
That's a great point. It's very very much taking the style in which he delivers it, where really, if you think about it, and he doesn't get called this because I think he's not over the top in his presentation. He delivers it in a kind of a low key manner. He's a grifter, is really what he is. Like, he says the right things, votes the opposite way. He's actually a fraud. I mean, the guy is Harvard educated, was living at home into his 40s with his like, I'm sorry, you're not. He tries to portray the everyman vibe based on his clothing, but he's not that guy, right? It's like the same thing with Tim Walz. When Tim Walz tried to project masculinity, guy can't even change his own oil. He can't load his own gun. He's a buffoon, right? But like, I don't think people say that about Fetterman so much because they're sympathetic for the fact that he had a stroke.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Matt Rooney's son, who's in the background.
I didn't even know.
He's fascinated.
Loving the fact that he's on YouTube right now. This is amazing.
He's pretending to be ignorant.
Yes.
But he knows exactly what he's doing. And part of his appeal, by the way, is that when he's homesick from school, he dresses the same as John Fetterman.
We all do.
Of the United States Senate.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
John Fetterman wishes he had those good looks.
Yeah,
right. And that hair.
Absolutely.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see Teddy Rooney. On the he's appearing in box number 4 with
By the way, too, with a name
can
like
Can we get 100 likes for Teddy Rooney?
Oh, come on. Well, we're at
100 likes.
We're at 300 likes right now, so people must not have hated too much about today's show. So thank you very much. But
no chance that kid fails, by the way. Teddy Rooney just sounds like a successful name.
I agree with you 100%, but he will not be a bottom feeding lawyer. Just don't.
No, I don't want that
for
him.
Thank you, Matt Rooney.
But here's what you have to teach him, Matt.
That's why I love you, Matt.
This is where good parenting comes into play.
Yeah.
He could be a bottom-feeding lawyer and make lots of money, or he could be a top-notch talk show host and get paid in ramen noodles.
He could. I mean, if you were to upgrade those ramen noodles to like chocolate chip cookies, you'd have a deal.
100%.
Soccer could get him 5 hours a day for a steal.
I need 100 people right now to like today's page for Teddy Rooney. So I need 100 people to get off 1210 WPHT or get off the Odyssey app and go to the YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the thumbs up button for Teddy Rooney. I need to get to 400. So stop what you're doing. By the way, what did you say, Dawn, was the viewership of News Nation?
I was like, so Katie Pavlich, her salary at Fox is estimated to be $400K.
See,
so you were right on the money.
One day I will be wrong. Today is not that day.
$400K.
But you said their viewership. What did you say?
It was 167,000, something like that.
Okay. For the month of November, WPHT had 247,000 people listening on the Odyssey app. So we have, when I tell you that, we have more people listening on the app than News Nation has watching them. I am not lying to you.
That does not include the thousands on YouTube and all of the people listening the traditional way on 12:10 a.m.
So just on the Odyssey app, just putting it out there, just saying that. So again, Dawn, Nick, Matt, when they say, well, you guys are just radio people, we have more people listening right now than Katie Pavlich will have watching her, or Chris Coleman will have watching her, but our salaries don't match, do they? Do they?
Yeah, why is that?
Don't ask me. I'm in the boat with you guys.
I don't want to be in a boat.
I mean, you're kind of management, though. Can't you ask?
That's a great point, Matt Rooney. That's a great point. I don't know.
I'm asking for Larry, not for myself. he's curious.
By the way, inside radio news, and we're kind of way off on tangents here, but I'm hearing that Curtis Sliwa is going to be on Larry's station, huh? He's going to be doing some fill-ins on Larry's station.
Yeah.
He did say.
Didn't I call that a couple months ago?
He did say he would never go back to 770 after the way he treated him.
Interesting.
Why would he be so butthurt over that? What? Because some of the hosts on the station said he should drop out.
I mean, they were supposed to be his friends.
Well, yeah, but sometimes friends have to be honest.
He felt betrayed.
You know, I hope one day when I run for office and I'm polling at 3%, that the two of you will tell me to come back.
Never.
As far as Curtis Lewa, he is filling in actually for, I think it's Mark Simone, right?
Yes.
Over the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
But did you know that I think it's across the country, there are no ratings for the 2 weeks, right? Between December 22nd.
That's not, no.
Are there ratings?
Yeah, there are.
But
all right.
nobody.
A little inside baseball here. Okay?
Audience loves this.
The audience will hate this, but after today's show, there's a thing called the Holiday Book, which is basically 1 month of December, which is basically December 10th till January 2nd or whatever, January 1st. And in that, B101 will get a 30s share because everybody's listening to Christmas music, and everybody
Jimmy
else
Kelly.
and everybody else will take the scraps. So advertisers, like local advertisers, we're not measured on the Holiday Book. So we are rated. It just doesn't matter
because it's so quirky based on.
Does that make sense to you, Don Stenslin?
Yes.
So when I get those emails and Nick spikes the football.
I'm all spiked out, I got to tell you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the month of December.
I won't spike a football anymore. I'm not going to spike a watermelon. I'm not going to listen to Spike Eskin. I'm done with spikes. I'm all spiked out.
I see what you did there. All right, Rooney, you cool to stick around for a while? Can you hang out with us and do Dawn's Big Three? Can you?
It's that or go downstairs and watch Paw Patrol.
Dawn, are you okay?
That sounds fun with waffles. Have more waffles.
Dawn, are you okay with Rooney hanging out during your Big Three?
Matt.
Butter or syrup on the waffles, Rooney?
Both.
You like both?
Both, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
The sweet and the salt, huh? Okay.
Butter is my thing that I overuse. We all have that bad thing we overuse in cooking. I love butter.
Thing.
Yeah.
You should never cook with butter.
I cook with Linda Kern's olive oil.
Why not?
No, Nick's right. You cook with olive oil. You don't cook with butter. Come on, dude.
What you a Metagon?
You got to put a little butter on your waffle.
No.
When I'm outside and I'm using the skillet on my grill, right? Then for that I use avocado oil.
Solid. A little pricey.
Avocado oil is actually worse for you. Do I need to have an intervention?
Is it really?
Yes.
So let me guess, is pink Himalayan sea salt bad for you too?
Don't buy into any of that crap. Like salt is salt. Pink Himalayan sea salt, white salt. It's all nonsense.
Kosher salt.
It's all nonsense. Salt is salt. You can do a little bit of salt, but not too much. Olive oil and black pepper. That'll make anything taste fabulous.
Suze is on my side. She says butter is not bad for you.
Okay.
Real butter.
I think the artificial garbage is worse for you.
Yeah,
it's like, for example, we found that diet soda is actually worse than regular soda. Neither are great, but
I think we all knew that.
I've been trying to tell my wife that for 15 years.
Stop drinking.
She drinks Diet Pepsi all day.
100%.
The only person I've ever seen drink more is Mike Francesa.
By the way, you need to. I'm telling you, Matt. Just try it. Just try and cook with olive oil instead of butter. You won't notice a difference. Butter. Why do vegetables taste great? Why do you need butter on vegetables?
Because they don't taste great.
They 100% do.
Oh, you deep fry a vegetable?
Put it in the air fryer. Put them in the air fryer. They have that little crispiness to them.
Everybody's all about the air fryer these days.
They're delicious.
I do like to put olive oil on Brussels sprouts, but then I screw it up by adding pancetta.
Yeah, you don't need
which
all
doesn't
that.
make it healthy.
Put a little brush of olive oil on asparagus before you put them on the grill.
Greg, just let me die. Come on. Why are you trying to drag this out, right?
Save you, Rudy.
Amen to that.
I'm trying to save
we
you.
all owe God a death, and it's all going to be probably awful, right?
I, unlike Nick Kayal, love you all, so.
Now, since I was the bad guy today, you know you have to pick up that role either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
No, I'm done. I'm in the Christmas spirit. I was not the bad guy today.
You know what?
He's the good guy.
I was the good guy. Yes, I was the good guy today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Don. You're correct. I am jolly effing Saint Nick right here. You know, like I am ho 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 and all that
Who you
crap.
calling a hoe?
Imagine going to the mall and you take your kid to see Santa, and it's Greg.
That'd be awesome.
Can you fathom that for a second?
Holy crap!
Get on with your list, kids. Get on with your list.
Those little snot monsters breathing all their disgusting germs on me.
When does Santa start?
We start at 6 a.m.
I'm yelling at the kids. Get in line. Get off my YouTube. Oh, God.
Are you ready to throw a temper tantrum?
Buy a Piazza Auto. Right, right, Dawn? Buy a Piazza.
Yeah, buy a Piazza.
Thank you.
Piazza Auto Group. Is that where we're going here?
Yes. Thank you. I'm
Auto
trying
Group.
to transition.
Happy
somehow.
Honda Days, Piazza Auto Group. And what about a Mercedes? You know, that's just it. Lucky, our lucky colleague Steiny, he just got a nice Mercedes.
Yeah, because they pay him better than they pay us.
I don't know. I think we're getting robbed here.
We
people.
100% are.
Robbed. That's
we are.
what this is.
We are.
It's an armed robbery.
More listeners than Katie Pavlich, and I'm not just picking on her, but Katie Pavlich, Chris Cuomo, the rest of them have viewers.
Yeah. Like, what's going on here, people?
Come on.
Let's
come on.
You know. So it's that time of year we're talking about. Are we talking about Happy Honda Days? Happy Honda Days.
I guess so. It says 9:45. Don't stencil. So there you go.
No, it is. Happy Honda Days. So some of these lease deals are through these are just some of them, 0.99%, 60 months. That's the new Honda Ridgeline. The leases for the Honda Accord, that's $229 a month. For Honda Pilot, just $399 a month, both for 36 months. But I know there are a lot of other deals depending on what Honda you like. I love my HRV, my HRV, which is sporty, and I love it. And my husband also has the CRV. So, I mean, you can't go wrong with a Honda. They're really idiot proof, and I love them. They get great mileage, and they're a great vehicle. And handling fantastic. I will say my HRV handles better in the snow and ice than my minivan did. This is my little personal consumer reports, by the way. But so hurry into Piazza Honda, Philadelphia. That's mine. Tell Ross the boss, awesome Ross the boss, that I sent you. Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, where we just were a couple weeks ago. Experience all the wonder series of Happy Honda Days while the clearance deals last. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Get ready. It's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, just $339 a month. Or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With Maintain X, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar. All week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. With Rescue, that feeling starts now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% off on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best. Enjoy every festive moment. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this holiday season.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
9:59, Kayal and Company winding things down. The Dawn Show moments away. Big three on deck. But right now, at the plate.
Wait, before we do this, can I just read an email I got real fast? This kind of sums up today's show. It says, white hot radio this morning. With Dawn trying to shed light on Trump's aggressive statements regarding Rob Reiner, as criticized ably by Nick, I do agree with Nick, but understand the reaction of Trump to the untimely passing of a vocal Trump public critic. That was sent by Leslie this morning. So,
Leslie calling it white hot.
White hot.
That, I'm assuming that's good?
White hot, yes. It was good radio.
But is it racist?
No, because that would be black hot.
There you go.
Well, being white, you're automatically deemed racist. According to the left.
When I look at you, Nick, I just see hot. I don't see white or black.
Well, I'm glad you said it.
hot.
Most chicks don't say that anymore. But I'll take the compliments from the dudes.
Anymore? Did they ever say it?
No. Not really, Dawn.
This is the new me.
I know.
Oh, boy.
I like that. It fits the show perfectly.
Oh, boy.
Yes. I was never asked to a dance either. Just
Shocking.
sad. I wouldn't go. I can't dance, but, you know.
It
Neither
must
can
be-
Genesis.
It must be your. Oh, I see what you did there. It must be your stunning personality, Nick.
That could be it as well. See, we solve everything on this show.
Yeah.
Within 4 hours. All right, we are now 5 boxes wide, but we zero in on. I guess Almquist would technically be box 4. Rooney, you would be box 5.
See, I put him in 4 right now.
You did. That was a nice job, Eddie.
How
Because
about
normally
that?
when you come in studio, you just tell
Thanks,
me,
bud.
get the hell out of the
You're
way.
welcome, Matt.
Yeah. All right, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 16th, we celebrate the birthday of Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top, who's 76. We also lost Stuart Adamson from Big Country in 2001. Signature Hey Joe by Jimi Hendrix. Kyrie by Mr. Mister in 85, and Sarah by Jefferson Starship on the same day. Also in 93, MTV aired Nirvana's Unplugged session for the very first time. In 91, Chubby Checker filed a lawsuit against McDonald's in Canada, seeking $14 million for its alleged use of an imitation of his voice. In 74, Mick Taylor announced he was leaving the Stones. In 81, Ray Charles received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 69, Keith Emerson's band shared a bill with Greg Lake's band. This show eventually resulted in the forming of Everson, Lake and Palmer, heard every Saturday night at 11. In 2016, Incubus was atop the album chart. In 2014, Casey Kasem's funeral took place, and on the same day, the Rock Hall of Fame announced the class of 2015, including Lou Reed, Green Day, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Joan Jett, and the Paul Butterfield Blues Band. But lastly, since Greg mentioned the song Baby It's Cold Outside, today in 2018, a Kentucky radio station decided to show its support of the song by playing it on repeat for 2 hours. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Bad job out of them.
Yeah, on repeat for 2 hours. Good Lord. All right, nice work out of H-Share, as now we get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3.
It's the Big 3 with Dawn Stensland.
Big 3, sponsored this morning by, is it Kitchen Magic? Sorry
Yes,
about that.
it is.
Kitchen Magic sponsors us because we need some magic.
Yeah, baby.
Kitchen Magic, we'll talk about the jobs report in just a moment. But, of course, we begin this morning with Philadelphia mourners gathering by the hundreds, if not thousands, since, 8 o'clock this morning. And we talked about that funeral procession in honor of Philadelphia Highway Patrol Officer Andy Chan. It actually started about 4:45 a.m. this morning as the procession made its way from the Northeast Givnish Funeral Home into Philadelphia. And this, as you see, and this was covered by local stations live this morning, as followed the casket, horse-drawn casket, draped with the American flag, and then flanked by dozens of fellow Highway Patrol officers. Andy Chan being laid to rest today. So this has been going on now, these processions, since 5 o'clock this morning, properly bringing his remains so respectfully from the Northeast into Philadelphia. And as I speak, this is now the time until 11 a.m. this morning when the public can pay final respects to our hero, our local hero, Philadelphia Highway Patrol Officer Andy Chan. He died December 2nd, age 55, but that was technically, it was nearly 7 years after that collision while he was riding to work on his motorcycle, and it left him with severe brain injuries. And since that time, we've gotten to know, well, we knew him before, but we've gotten to know his wife Tang, his family, and the police family at large, if you will, just supporting him. So he was at home the majority of these past 7 years as his wife became the chief caregiver of him. Tang Titanium, a woman who's true titanium. And the viewing, Holy Redeemer Chinese Catholic Church, that was last night, that service this morning at the Cathedral Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul. And so that means road closures this morning as the funeral mass will begin at noon today. Burial service to follow. West Laurel Hill Cemetery in Bella Kenwood. That's at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So if you're planning your route and throughout the day, you want to think about when the processions happen to these various areas.
I was just going to ask.
Shut down roads.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about that. So the public viewing ends in about an hour, right?
Yes.
And then they're leaving from there to go where?
No, the public viewing ends for the public to, you can go by.
Yeah.
Then the mass at the Basilica at noon.
At noon.
But then around 1 o'clock-ish, between 1 and 2, I just want you to, plan accordingly, because that's when we're going to see around the Basilica, and then think about the Vine, and then think about heading to Laurel Hill Cemetery. All those roads get shut down with this funeral procession.
Yeah.
So just, plan accordingly, everybody, just road shutdowns. So our thoughts, obviously, with somebody we hold near and dear to our hearts, and I know many of you do, Tang Chan, the children, Thyson, Adam, Adriana, and then as well to his parents, Yun Mao Chen and Lin Ying Li, who were there on Friday as well, and to his siblings, Serena, Ellen, Alexander, Albert, Chan, and many nieces and nephews. But we just give you a big hug, and our hearts are with you, certainly on this day. Chan's family asking, and Tang asking about this for donations if you're looking for that. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, but as well Holy Redeemer Chinese Catholic Church. And like I say, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation and the Philadelphia Police Foundation as well.
It's just awful. I don't think I've ever actually met Tang. Obviously, I was sick this past week and couldn't come with you guys, but the previous 3 Andy Chan holiday block parties, I know I've met Steph Mack many times, Marissa Fitzgerald. Would love to meet Tang.
She gave some speeches too, some of them. I this year's obviously stands out, but the ones in the past couple of years at the block parties have really stuck out to me as well.
Maybe I have met her.
Yeah, you did.
There
were so many, but you did, Nick. And the thing, and that's just it. For her to even stand, less than a week after losing her husband, as she did Friday, and really just thank everyone, and she just wants the legacy of her husband to be remembered.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's just really beautiful.
Yeah, this is. It's. I like to. You said this at 6 o'clock, Dawn, and I just want to kind of emphasize it. The level of support that you see, because Nick, you brought up very well that in this day and age where we don't have the love and support for cops, and there's all this defund crap, and it's the cops are racist and cops are this and cops are that, to see the city of Philadelphia kind of gather together and to see this sort of celebration in this city with all these police officers and all these first responders and everybody, and just the city kind of putting their arms around this, I think is a good. I think it shows a lot. And I'm proud. I'm proud of our city today.
Yeah.
It's also a good reminder, because it's the holiday season and everybody's driving around like a mad person.
Yes.
Move over and slow down.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you, because I drive the Atlantic City Expressway a lot, how often there's an officer pulled over on the side of the road and somebody just goes careening by, not paying attention. And this is the end result, folks, what you're seeing on TV today. Not this exact situation, but if you see an emergency vehicle, get over.
Such a great point. It's such a great point. It infuriates me. It infuriates me when I see, especially trucks, just drove by at 80 miles an hour while there's it's ridiculous.
Yeah, as if the cop's not even standing there.
You don't slow down. You don't need to get to your destination so quickly.
Number 2 in our Big 3, sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning, the much anticipated November jobs report is out now. And so the headline, I would say, the U.S. lost 105,000 jobs in October, added 64,000 in November, and that's according to this latest, the delayed data. Another headline you're going to hear about is the headline unemployment rate continues to climb. So it hit 4.6%, which what I will say that they're not talking about in the headlines is that what we see hitting this fall are those federal numbers. So historic hiring during the previous administration and creation of federal jobs like we have never seen. The hiring of the federal jobs, especially in the last 2 years of the previous administration, that was unprecedented, and it was written about, actually. So this is not me saying this now. At the time, they're saying, wow, Biden administration is hiring at these historic numbers, federal jobs. DOGE comes in with the new administration and notified a lot of those that we can't afford this, hired all these jobs and created jobs that we didn't need. DOGE took effect. So what we're seeing this fall, and that explains those October numbers. So the 64,000 added in November, those are private jobs. So when you look at these numbers, put it in perspective and think about job creation, despite the fact that we had record numbers that were fluffer, like fluffed up in the previous administration, had to doge them, still created 64K in November. There's my optimism. And so I know that U.S. Senator of Pennsylvania, obviously, Dave McCormick, speaking out about this as well.
Yeah. I'm curious, and I don't know if we can ever get these specific details, but when you talk about people that have lost jobs or an unemployment rate going from, 4.3 to 4.6%, we always talk about AI replacing jobs. I'd love to know how many people in the private sector that are a part of these numbers, as far as layoffs and firings, are affected directly from the rise of artificial intelligence.
Well, now there are all these reports. I think that was on your cut sheet.
It is.
Do you want to get to that?
I want to.
Or you want to? There's so much.
Well, I can get to it now.
Because this is pretty interesting.
David Sachs was on the All In podcast, which, by the way, is it's a good, they do a good job on that podcast. I watch it. They had Triple H on recently, Nick. It was a good interview. He debunks the AI job loss narrative. He says that AI has only accounted for 4.7% of total layoffs. And that number is self-reported by CEOs, so his guess is that it's inflated because if you're a CEO, you'd rather blame AI for your company's non-performance rather than yourself. Let's just play a little bit of this.
I think first we just need to start with some accurate facts here. And
go ahead.
We need to explain what's happening, and part of that is debunking some myths around this. Now, I remember about a month ago, there was a whole wave of very scary headlines, including in a publication I really liked, the New York Post. Nick, maybe you can put this on the screen, claiming that AI was wreaking havoc on U.S. jobs. So this was a headline from the New York Post last month based on the October report from Challenger Gray,
November 6th,
which basically tabulates announced layoffs in the economy. And we had a spike in October, and about 20% of those were attributed to AI. It wasn't even the majority. It was actually a relatively small number. It wasn't even the number one reason. But based on this, you got a wave of scare headlines that AI was wreaking havoc on U.S. jobs. Well, lo and behold, the November Challenger Gray report has come out, and it makes clear that October was an anomalous spike. The number fell by 53%, and only about 6,000 of the layoffs that were announced in November in the entire country were attributable to AI. This is only layoff, by the way. It doesn't include job creations, okay? So only 6,000. And if you look at the year to date in the Challenger Gray report, AI has only accounted for 4.7% of total layoffs. And that number is self-reported by CEOs. So my guess is it's inflated, because if you're a CEO, you'd rather blame AI for your company's non-performance rather than yourself. So 4.7% is probably the high number. So what we're actually seeing in the data is a very small number of actual layoffs related to AI. And that was corroborated by a new study by Yale Budget Lab, which looked at the first 33 months after the release of ChatGPT, and it said there is no discernible disruption in the labor market. Okay? So that's, I think, a really important fact is, regardless of what you want to claim will happen in the future, job loss has not happened yet, not in any meaningful numbers.
Well, there you go.
Well, I'll just nitpick. No discernible loss. I'd like to know, is it a net positive in jobs or a net negative? How many jobs were lost by AI? How many jobs were created by AI? And what's that raw number? That's what I would like to know. But
Well, it's what they're reporting and what they're projecting, and so there's a lot of in between in there. I think that's what his point in.
Okay.
Dave McCormick, I think Dan has this audio of Dave McCormick, our senator from Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Do we have this? Talks about in the new year.
I think the message is really clear. Message number one,
The Biden economy was a disaster. Inflation was 22% over 4 years. Wages didn't keep up. It put enormous pressure on working families. Point number two, the first year of the Trump administration has made enormous progress. The average inflation during Biden was 5%. Under Trump, it's 2.7%. But the important thing is wages were 4%. So people have more money in their pockets than they did a year ago, but they're still feeling a lot of pressure. And in the new year, I think they're going to see a lot more money in their pockets because of the big, beautiful bill and the things that are in there, the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, the fact that there's a child care tax credit. But we got to keep focused on the president's agenda, deregulation, energy dominance, and I think that's what the story will be about. Progress, but we know you're feeling some pain, and we got to keep pushing.
So who's pushing is J.D. Vance. So President Trump was in the Poconos last week, a week ago today. This Tuesday, today, right now, Vice President J.D. Vance is actually, this is Lower Macungie Township, Pennsylvania, and visiting the Lehigh Valley, speaking at the company Uline, which is right outside the borough of Albertus.
Yeah.
And so he has just begun to speak to that crowd. They got there very early this morning, stood out in the cold to see the vice president.
It's interesting to me, and Nick, I think you'll agree with this, that this administration spends so much time in the Lehigh Valley, and it is really, I believe, we've been saying this for years, that Northampton County is the
ultimate bellwether.
Is the ultimate bellwether county for Pennsylvania, which is the ultimate swing state, which decides elections. So I think that they're super smart for spending as much time in the Lehigh Valley as they do.
And it's super swingy, so it's
100%.
It pays dividends.
Yes,
no doubt.
100%.
But think about Congressman from there, Ryan McKenzie, right? And how he blew out his opponent, and I agree with you completely. But it's also the message that McKenzie was so appropriate as like young dad. He and his wife, I don't think she had the baby yet, but just all he talked about was affordability.
Yeah.
That's what he talked about. I know that Mom Donnie in New York gets all the credit for that, but that's really what I think McKenzie here in Pennsylvania that helped take over the House, what he talked about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my sister's district and her rep. Yep.
So the vice president delivering these remarks, celebrating President Trump's economic successes and talking about the administration's commitment to lower prices. And the big one here, bigger paychecks. So no matter what anybody's talking about with numbers, this and that, look at your paycheck. The paychecks are bigger. And we're seeing that across the board. The numbers don't lie. So we have that going on. Let's talk about the future of the SS United States. Once again, this is up for debate. So remember, the historic SS United States was here in Philadelphia. It was towed essentially from Philadelphia's Delaware riverfront.
I forgot.
Remember this?
Wasn't it
big story?
Wasn't it stuck in Bucks County?
Remember? It was like, it got stuck because it got stuck in the mud. It was embarrassing.
Hey, Joey, we need a bigger tow.
Not for nothing.
Tow truck. Come on, let's go.
So this was the departure. Got stuck in the mud, if you will.
Looks like it was stuck in the mud.
Stuck in the mud.
How does it?
Went all the way down. It's owned now by the county of Okaloosa, Florida, and was supposed to go into the Gulf to create the world's largest artificial reef to the Gulf of America to help, boost the diving tourism and help grow the reef and all the, we know that if you sink a ship like this, that the critters take over it. It's pretty cool. And it helps create the depleted reef or whatever, the coral reef. Well, now guess who wants it? New York City.
Uh-oh.
They're like...
So they can put their homeless people on there?
No, they want to build... Apparently, they want this thing for a big hotel to redo it as a beautiful museum, theater, hotel. And so now they want this.
How long does it take to tow a ship like that? Do we know?
From where? From point A?
That's just it. This shows you blue cities.
Really?
Cities. So we have the thing right here.
Yep.
Where New York, why didn't you want it then? It goes all the way. It's kind of like when you have something that's really precious to you and you let it leave.
Yeah.
And then you go, wow, it left. I really miss it.
Judging by the way it looks, I'm not sure it will make it back up to New York.
Well, that's just it. But now
it's in rough shape. It looks
is.
like remember Ghostbusters 2 when they raised the Titanic?
Of course. Yeah. Of course. By the way,
we're going to need some overtime for the tow truck drivers. It's going to take 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, they have New York City Council has until Thursday of this week, TikTok, to vote before the end of its legislative session. So they got to get moving here.
Wow.
Or it's going to be part of a coral reef before you know it. So we got that going on.
Mom Donnie's going to make it a safe injection.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
I'll go to. All right, we have to go to Dan. We have to skip to this developing story as we talk about U.S. Southern Command. This is the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, along with the Joint Task Force.
I love it.
What do we have here?
Look at that.
Another one bites the dust.
Good. Keep going.
I love it.
So, yep, we got another kinetic strike on 3 vessels operated by designated terrorist organization in international waters.
Directly into my veins, all of this. Just do it. Blow them all the F up. I
You
don't
sunk
care.
my narco trafficking drug ship.
The fact that
Boom.
the fact that the Democrats are on the other side of this and they're trying, it's just like, it's such a losing battle and they don't understand it. It's like Sideshow Bob stepping on the rake all the time. They're constantly stepping on the rake,
And some Republicans,
and they're taking
like Rand Paul.
Yeah, they're taking the wrong side of this. The American people want this. They don't care about their due process crap. They don't care. They want to see that these drug loads blown to smithereens.
So the report,
and by the way, this was the right response to the whole Nick Reiner thing, right? Like, how many more American kids are we going to lose to drugs? How many more families are going to be destroyed by drugs?
Yeah,
that's how I would have answered it.
100%.
So today, intelligence confirming that the vessels that, as if you're watching on YouTube, there it's in the sights. Boom, B-52. You sunk my drug ship. Vessels were transiting along known narco trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific, engaged in narco trafficking. A total of 8 male narco terrorists were killed during these actions. 3 in the first vessel, 2 in the second, 3 in the third.
I love it.
And it's Operation Southern Spear.
I just amen to this. Amen to this. Like, just landmines. Put them all. If any boat that passes there, I don't care. Blow them up.
Yep.
And finally, in our number 3, this morning we had a tense morning on air.
Tense morning on air.
And so I think that this is what I will call a Coach Carter moment.
Well, usually the tense moment is between Dawn and I. So
Yes.
I loved the fact.
Yeah, I felt left out in the fighting.
I could just sit back and watch you two fight, as Nick claims this is his show. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I bring that up?
Well, let's listen in. Let us remember your greatest fear.
La 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 la.
Your greatest fear should be pissing off Dawn.
Rooney's like, I have court to get to.
Yes,
but
that is our greatest fear.
Yeah, but
I thought Teddy brought us all
What is your
together.
greatest
Guys.
fear?
Come on,
He did.
Teddy did bring us.
But
up.
I've never
let's-
met a Teddy that can't unite.
Let's listen to Coach Carter in his words about winning and what is a team.
500 push-ups. Please leave my gym.
I'll do push-ups for him.
A young Channing Tatum.
I didn't know he was in that movie.
You said we're a team. One person struggles and we all struggle. One player triumphs, we all triumph, right?
That's right.
That is amazing. Dawn
Coach
says it.
Carter.
That's why I love you.
One of my
Coach
favorite
Carter.
movies. I
Yeah,
love Coach
yeah,
Carter.
Yeah.
Samuel L. Jackson still doing those stupid Capital One commercials.
We're a team.
We're a team.
Listen to the message, Kayal.
We want some
By the way,
push-ups.
Trust the process.
EKZ says Nick's batting average today is equal to Garrett Stubbs.
Outside of my little temper tantrum, I thought my takes were tremendous today.
That's a reference.
Of course you did.
That's a reference. Yeah, because he's a millennial and he thinks everything he does is special. You're absolutely right, Don Stenzel. You just hit the nail on the head.
I mean, was there anything wrong with the big take? It was spot on.
You hit the nail on the head. It's the generational things. And Rooney, you probably suffer from this too. You think everything
I never noticed it in Matt.
because you're a millennial too. Everything you do is not special. You know what I mean? Like
you know what the difference between Nick and I is though.
Yeah.
I don't think everything I do is special. I know everything I do. Is
You graduated from law school?
Yes,
Oh
did.
man!
Wow. 1024. I'm getting
I
shrapnel.
love this.
Unbelievable.
Like, I want the narco stuff in my veins. I want this in my veins too.
I do like.
I love
tension.
I love it. Just makes good radio. It just does.
I think we can take this show even higher.
We're going to. 2026 is going to be our year.
Is it?
Yes. Notice what I said there, Nick. Our year. Our
team. Got that, Rooney?
Yeah.
Our.
Well, we are sponsored.
leave me out of this, Stenzel.
Matt's like backing out of his. So Kitchen Magic, we have to thank you because the year's almost over. Refresh your home with Kitchen Magic this December. You get 30% off cabinet refacing, 50% off bathroom installations. Lock in 2025 pricing before it's gone. Family owned, made in the USA, tariff proof since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Thank you, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our big three.
Can I just say one thing too? That I am. This is the God's honest truth, and I say this, and I'm not just saying this because Nick's a douchebag. I'm saying this because
I didn't have my headphones in. Nick, what?
I'm saying this because it's the absolute truth. This is the most fun and best radio I've ever done in my entire career.
You hear that, Don?
And I love you both. And
you should give us lifetime.
He says that to all the girls.
That will never, ever, ever change. It is the most fun I've ever had on radio. It's the realest radio I've ever done. It's the realest radio around. And I compliment you both, and I thank you both for what we do every day. Matt Rooney, you are also our participant. We could not do Tuesdays without you, so we appreciate that, and all the other contributors that do the show. Yes. This is a team effort, and we love everybody. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm sick of nice stuff.
Greg, love you.
What did you do with
I love my superlative, and Matt is a participant.
I was going to call you a producer.
My certificate's in the mail.
No, it's not like it's a coveted spot to get.
No, it is.
It really is. And after 2 shows, I was like, well, you're one of us, so you need to join us every week. Yeah. All right, enough of this nicety.
I'm touched. Right. I am.
I'm going to be Grinch tomorrow. And you're all on notice.
Good.
Well, right around the corner,
Yes,
we have the future generation of talk radio. Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis.
They're going to be where? They're going to be at.
So they're going to join us around the corner, but they are in Texas.
Yes.
And they're going to be at Turning Point USA for the big, this is a big year, obviously, for the big AmFest and Turning Point USA, the first without Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
We'll also get into, because remember, we didn't even get into this, Greg Stocker, that was on your cut sheet, and this was that meeting. What went on between Mrs. Kirk? I am raiding. This is the new Dawn.
she's raiding my cupboards.
I'm raiding him and his cut sheet.
The new Dawn.
The new Dawn.
I want the old Dawn back. I love the old Dawn.
Nope. She's dead.
No.
She's kicked out. And this is the new one.
No, I don't want the new Dawn. I don't want the new Dawn.
In other news, Black Widow spiders making a comeback. One man who was bitten by a black widow spider, which are non-aggressive.
Yes.
Black widow spiders are non-aggressive. Did you know this? Do you know when they bite? Which is lethal. You have to be rushed to not die. But this guy lost a finger 13 years later after being bitten.
13 years later,
that venom
Nick.
just stays, slowly tortures you.
See?
It's a real story.
13 years later,
13 years later.
The Black Widow.
I'm going to wear a football helmet. With a visor.
Matt Rooney's like, I'm getting my waffles and my son, and I'm out of here. I'm
I think I'm coming down with something. Maybe remote shows.
No. You're here, pal. You're here.
So we will take a really quick break. We've got, seriously, Ian and Frank. If you've been seeing their stuff online, I mean, they are on fire. So we got to get with them. And then, oh my gosh, today, the 11 o'clock hour, an incredible